Is it okay for me to ask a question with regards to a specific phrase that you have for good morning?
Yes, certainly.
So I'm reading here that it says Subhu Odesanak to say good morning in Sinhala. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So the question I have here is the two words that are distinct. So Subhu, is that the morning or is that the good, or it can't be said separately?
Subha is good actually.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Dasala is morning. So it
Okay.
can be used separately for sure.
All right. All right. Because for the reason I'm asking as well is because in Arabic, subhu is morning.
Oh, right.
So that's why I thought, oh,
Interesting.
perhaps it's the same, but apparently not.
So I guess we're all learning. Thank you, Ali, for that tidbit.
Thank you.
Guys, we thank you for your patience. We are still waiting to onboard few people. It's just been unfortunate, but we have sent out all the emails and nothing has bounced back. But yet we've still seen some participants still trying to join us. So we just want to make sure that we have everyone on board before we go live of the event. Having said that, is there anything would you like to add, Mr. Ali?
No, I mean, we're fine to wait a little bit because we have ample time for this, and we want to
Thank
have as many people on here as possible so that we can also assist as many as possible for this.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I would add that if any of the participants wants to ensure that their team members are also connected, they could reach out more directly and help us with gathering people around.
Very true. I mean, so we also kindly request all the participants, if you know that your other friends have registered who aren't here, please reach out to them. It will be a great help because we want to make sure that we have everyone on board. So please do feel free to get in touch with them.
Yeah.
And
please do reach out to anyone you know that who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. Hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. Hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see online. We'll hopefully be able to start in a few minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Who wanted to register for the challenge also, and who have registered but you don't see
obviously need to highlight so that at least we attend 50% be eligible. And also in addition, we have some exciting gadgets to be given out during the conference. So we have quizzes, we have surprises, a lot of things that are eligible. And also in addition, we have some exciting gadgets to be given out during the conference. So we have quizzes, we have surprises, a lot of things that are eligible.
giving away prizes as well. So ranging from monitors and earbuds, it's all
And also, please visit our Facebook page if you have not. And we've got one competition on that is to do with, we just asked you a very simple question asking why is cybersecurity important to you? So the challenge is that you want to write down 3 sentences to do with, right? And the best one, the best comment will receive a surprise again. So we have all these things in place. We want you to like, comment, and share, and the best page so that it will have a really great view. As we all know that, so we have cybersecurity in this borderless. We want you to like, comment, and share that we all keep ourselves safe. So it's a teamwork that all of us need to come together. So we look forward to your support as well. Like, comment, and share that we all. And let me just quickly check how many participants we have at present. All of us need to come together.
This is very important.
Like, comment, and share that we all. And let me just quickly check how many participants we have at present.
This is very important.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you so much. And special thanks to you for making all this happen. So thank you so much for coming on board. We are very glad and happy. And also we do want to tell out to the participants over here that we have another surprise coming up, hopefully in the due course, but we will mention the date soon. And that is to have one more hacking challenge, again an initiative along with the Cyber Rangers, hopefully in the due course, but we will look forward to you guys. Feel free to join us, but the dates will be announced soon. That's the second one that we have on board, along with the Cyber Rangers, hopefully so what time is it for you? I think it's quite early. Join us, but the dates will be announced soon. That's the second one that we have on board, along with the Cyber Rangers, hopefully so what time is it for you? I think it's quite early. Join us, but the dates will be announced soon. That's the second one that we have on board, along with the Cyber Rangers, hopefully so
early morning.
Thank you so much. I mean, we are all relaxed here at 10:30 Sri Lankan time. I know, but thank you so much. I mean, we are all relaxed here at 10:30 Sri Lankan time.
I'm sure it will be a pleasure also
I know, but
to hear about
thank you so much. I mean, we are all relaxed here at 10:30 Sri Lankan time. Certainly, I know, but
I would like to thank
guys,
myself
thank you so much.
in the backstage of the pleasure. I would like to thank myself in the backstage of the pleasure.
Thank you so much. And our guys are working at the back. They aren't visible, but they're trying to make sure that they reach out those people who have not joined. So we're doing all that we can from our end. Our guys are working at the back to streamline the process. Visible, but so they're trying to make sure that they reach out. We're doing our best to make sure that you have a good challenge. So this challenge, everything is ready. Streamline the process for it to be on board. So we're doing our best and hope to make that you will stay with us. Good challenge. So this challenge, everything is ready. Streamline the process for it to be on board. So we're doing our best and hope to make that you will stay with us. Good challenge.
We are sharing the link
Everything is ready. Streamline the process for it to be on board.
password is
So
also
we're doing our best and hope to make that you will stay with us. Good challenge.
we are sharing lobby in the environment where the password is appears on the platform and there is a password protection that will be shared by the lobby and the coordinator where the password appears on the platform.
So I've already shared links both on the Discord channel and also in the chat here, so that everybody can see the password.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Ali.
So I've already shared links both on the Discord channel and also in the chat here, so that everybody can see the
Still have any
password. So start
changes?
to log in.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Ali.
So I've already shared links both on the Discord channel and also in the chat here, so that everybody can see the
Still have any
password. So start
changes?
to log in.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Ali.
So I've already shared links both on the Discord channel and also in the
I think Jael and Ali can be given screen share ability so that we can start showing the Cyber Rangers environment so that people Ali can be given on screen idea of what is going on.
Sure, Marcelo, we're working on that.
The Cyber Rangers environment.
Yeah, sure. I think he would have been given screen sharing access. He should be able to.
Yeah.
Sure, Marcelo, we're
Can
working
we
on that. Have an issue.
the teacher?
Yeah, screen sharing access we should be using.
Yeah.
So Ali,
Can we, the teacher?
yeah. So
So the permission has been given to all the panelists. So please go ahead, installing. Thank you. The teacher.
I would turn my
I'm trying to
So
do
the
that,
permission
but
has been given
the
to
share
all
content
the
button is still
panelists.
grayed
So
out.
please go ahead, installing. Thank you. Let me cross check again.
I would turn my
I'm trying to
So
do
the
that, but
permission has been given
the
to
share
all
content
the
button is still
panelists.
grayed
So
out.
please go ahead, installing. Thank you. Let me cross check again.
I would turn my
I'm trying to
So
do
the
that, but
permission has been given
the
to
share
all
content
the
button is still grayed
panelists. So
out.
please go ahead,
There we go.
installing.
That
Thank
one
you.
is now
Let me
enabled.
cross check again.
So we do this.
I would turn my
I'm trying to
So
do
the
that, but
permission has been given
the
to
share
all
content
the. You
button
should be able to
is still
present
grayed out.
now. Please go ahead.
Here we go. That
they're
one
able
is
to
now
see your
enabled.
screen now.
Check again.
So
Do
good
this.
to go.
I would turn my
So this here is the current.
You should be able to
how many
present
people
now.
logged in so far? Here we go. That
They're
one
able
is
to
now
see your
enabled.
screen now.
Check again.
So good to go.
Ali, can I ask you the courtesy to zoom
This here
in
is
a
the
little?
current.
You should be able to
how many
present
people
now.
logged in so far? Here we go.
They're able to see your screen now.
Check again.
So good to go.
Ali, can I ask you the courtesy to zoom
This here
in
is
a
the
little?
better.
You
No,
should be able to
How many
the other
present
way.
people
now.
logged in so far? The other way.
They're able
So
to
like
see your
that.
screen now.
Ali, can I ask
Zoom
you the
out.
courtesy to zoom
This here
in?
is the better.
This is
You
no,
should be able to
zoom
present
in,
now.
zoom in and zoom out.
The other way. So like that. How
Make
about
it
this?
bigger. That's it.
Zoom out.
Okay. The problem I have is I have a gigantic screen, so it's always an issue when sharing it like this. So like that. How
Make
about
it
this?
bigger. That's it.
Zoom out. So how many has logged
The
into
problem I have is I have
the
a
platform?
gigantic screen, so it's always so far we have 21 people that have logged in. How about this?
Bigger.
So all other participants
So how
will
many has
already
logged
share
into
problem I have is I have
the
a
details, the
gigantic screen, so
credentials,
it's so far
and
we
the
have
link to the
21
platform.
people that have logged
Please
in.
use this to join. We'll be so all other participants
So how many has
within
logged into
2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Please please use the
So we
platform.
request
Please use this
once
to
again,
join.
the information has been shared by Master on the chat. So please log into the platform. So we request if you have still not, please follow the instructions given on the chat and please log in. Thank you. So please log into the platform. You can go ahead. So we request if you have still not, please follow the instructions given on the
I
chat
would
and
ask
please
Lawrence
log
or
in.
Ali
Thank you. So
to
please log into
also
the
in
platform. You can
WebEx
go ahead.
to guide people to ensure that
If you
their
have still
team
not,
is
please
also
follow the
warm.
instructions given on the
I
chat
would
and
ask
please
Lawrence
log
or
in.
Ali. So this is also instructions for guide people to team leads.
If you have still not,
So team leads and shortly that's your team members are all together in your intended team. So team leads and shortly that's your team members are all together in your intended team. So team leads and shortly that's your team members are all together in your intended team. So we invite the team captains or the team leads to ensure that the team has been created and the members of the team have also joined to ensure that a very simple step operation. So we invite if you need any assistance, obviously refer to Discord. Also, Ali will take quickly through this step.
Yeah, so the team captains need to create the team first within the range, and then the captain has to join the lobby. And then after the team members are basically join in first within the range.
On the left
the captain has
side
to join the lobby.
of the panel,
And then after the team members are basically
Ali is
join
sharing,
first
there is
within
the team
range.
option. On
And
the
then
left
the captain has to
and
join the
the
lobby.
captains are
And
invited
then
to
after
do that.
the team members are
Ali
basically
is
join
sharing,
first
there is
within
the team
range.
option. On the
And
left
then the captain has to
and
join the
the
lobby.
captains are invited
And then
to do
after
that.
the team members are basically
Still have people who are not logged into the platform. So I think we've got only 20 odd people. So we ask the other members on the WebEx platform to use the information that is given to you on the chat. Use it to log into the platform because you need to be on the platform for us to go ahead. So your cooperation is kindly requested. So please quickly follow these instructions and log into the platform because we have to get these started soon. Thank you. Go ahead. Isn't it, Manush? Kindly requested. So please quickly follow these instructions and log into the
If you do
platform
have
because
any
we
issues,
have to
just let
get
us
these
know.
started
Yeah.
soon. Thank
We'll be
you.
able to assist you.
Isn't it,
If any,
So
if not does, please do use the credentials and the login details given on the chat.
If if there's anything, please reach out. You can reach us on the chat.
Please do
We're here to help you. But please make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Please make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Please make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Please make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Please make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Please make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the presentation from Cyber Rain. Make sure that you log in quickly. If we have to kick off the event, you can reach us on following the
So we're still waiting for quite a few people to actually log on to the rain, because I can see that we only have 29 participants at the moment.
Correct, Ali. So this is what we are also trying to encourage. Guys, I know we all of us are connected to the WebEx, but you've got to get into the platform for us to begin. So please, if you have any difficulties, we're trying to put out messages. I know we all. If you have any difficulties, reach out. If you don't get to the platform for us to begin, we won't be. So please, we cannot go ahead. So hope you understand. So if you have any difficulties from your end, reach out to any of us. We're here. If you don't get to the platform, we are trying to get everyone on board. Thank you. So hope you understand. So if you have any difficulties from your end, reach out to any of us. We're here. If you don't get to the platform, we are trying to get everyone on board. Thank you. So hope you understand. So if you have any difficulties from your end, reach out to any of us. We're here. If you don't get to the platform, we are trying to get everyone on board. Thank you. So hope you understand. So if you have any difficulties from your end, reach out to any of us. We're here. If you don't get to the platform, we are trying to get everyone on board. Thank you. So hope you understand. So guys, the information has been shared on the chat. Maybe we can share that once again to all of you. But scroll through the chat and you should find the information. So guys, and we have seen increased people are still. Maybe we can share onto the platform. Team leads take the responsibility. We have a team lead. It's your responsibility that all your players are on board. Please do. And if you have any difficulties, please reach out, because at some point we'll have to go live, and we don't want anyone to be disappointed. So please do your best. And if you have any difficulties, please reach out. Thank you, and we see the progress. People are joining in. Thank you. It's a good news. So please do your best. And if you have any difficulties, please reach out. Thank you, and we see the progress. People are joining in. Thank you. It's a good news. So please do your best. And if you have any difficulties, please reach out. Thank you, and we see the progress. People are joining in. Thank you. It's a good news. So please do your best. And if you have any difficulties, please reach out. Thank you, and we see the progress. People are joining in. Thank you. It's a good news. So please do your best. And if you have any difficulties, please reach out. Thank you, and we see the progress. People are joining in.
And please, ensure that your team members have connected, and you have formed the team on the platform. It's a very simple step. Ensure that your team members have no-brainer. It's very good, and that will allow everybody to kick off. It's a very simple step. Ensure that your team members have.
Thank you, Master. Thank you for this information. But we've seen increased people are logging into the platform, which is a good thing. But it's important that all of us get onto the platform for us to kick off the event. Do not worry. Yes, we certainly want to start at least by 10:30. But we've seen, we're not sure why there's the delays, but we don't see any technical issues on the platform. So the instructions are clear. At least by 10:30. The information will be posted again on the chat. The delay that we don't see login. And once again, we would appreciate if you can reach out to the other parties, the information with your friends who have registered and who are not here on this platform. And once again, connect. Appreciate if you can reach out to the other parties, the information with your friends who have registered and who are not here on this platform. And once again, connect. Appreciate if you can reach out to the other parties, the information with your friends who have registered and who are not here on this
connect with me, and if you can reach out,
I've reshared the link as well, both with chat and on
Thank you so much. Yes, we have this going on our Discord channel as well. So yes, the teams are connected. You can still raise out your questions. Thank you so much. Yes, and you can also reach out through WebEx channel as well. We are quite open to help you. The teams are connected. You can still and we still questions. Thank you so much. Yes, sorry. You can also reach out through WebEx channel. No, that's quite open. No, that's perfectly fine. You can still and we still. The good news is that we see people connecting to the platform, so which is a good thing. So please, guys, we've got to kick off this soon. So try and visit the platform as soon as possible. Connecting to the platform, so which is a good thing. So please, guys, we've got to kick off this soon. So try and visit the platform as soon as possible. Connecting to the platform, so which is a good thing. So please, guys, we've got to kick off this soon. So try and visit the platform as soon as possible. Connecting to the platform, so which is a good thing. So please, guys, we've got to kick off this soon. So try and visit the platform as soon as possible.
It's very interesting to see how this challenge will unfold. Very interesting to see how.
Yes, Marcelo, that's actually going to be very interesting. So we're looking forward to it as well. We'll see as to how it plays out. So eagerly waiting to start the challenge, guys. Reminding you all once again. So please do join the platform so we can kick this off and see how it goes. Eagerly waiting
And
to start the
Nilusha can
challenge, guys.
see
Reminding you all
people
once again.
joining in, and I think how many we've got around 39 in the platform. So yes, we've seen that increase from 22 seconds to 30. So people joining in, and I think
So Ali, is there anything else that you'd like to add
in the platform. So
in
yes,
terms of
we've
how we
seen that
can go
increase
forward
from
with the
22
challenge?
seconds
Because we can
to
reach
30.
them.
So people joining in,
Q&A.
and I think
So Ali, is there
once I
anything
start
else
the
that you'd like to add
presentation, what I'm going to
in
show
terms
is
of how we can
essentially
go
what
forward
tools
with the
are
challenge?
available for the
Because we can reach them.
and how the teams are being used. I will also explain a little bit about how the reason why I'm showed up is what the challenge actually entails, because today we're looking at how the teams will use threat and that is basically threat actor out there in the wild, and we'll explain a little bit about what these for let's say their team and that is basically threat actor out there in the wild.
we still have queries, Maslow. I know this is. We still have people trying to ask us, can we join in now? Do you have any message for them? I know. We still have queries, Maslow. I know this is. We still have people trying to ask us, can we join in now? Yes. Do you have any message for them? I know. We still have queries, Maslow. I know this is. We still have people trying to ask us, can we join in now? Yes. Do you have any message for them? I know.
Yeah, as long as they find the
We still have people trying to ask us, can we join in now? Yes. Do you have any message for them?
and I would invite people to follow WebEx and Discord in order to have a good alignment between and I would invite people to follow WebEx and Discord in order to have
Right, thank you. So I think one team has reached us. The time due to the time zone, they've told us there will be a bit delay, but we just hope that they will join us soon. I think one team has reached us. So the message for the new people who wants to join in. So we've got 39 now. What we want to say is that join us soon. If any of your friends still do want to join in, the question is how are you going to send us the names? What we want to say is that certainly we do not want you to open up the Google form because then you might have more registrations coming in. How are you going to send us the names? What we want to say is that yes, if any of your friends are here and would like to join, you can post out this information on this chat, and then let's see how we can get them on here. Yes, if any of your friends are here and would like to join, you can post out this information
the number of people connected on WebEx
and then let's see how we can get them on here. Yes, if any of your friends are here and would like to join, you can post out this information
I would like to ensure that there is a very good number of people on WebEx and number of people I would like to ensure that there is a very good
guys, again a kind request. The people on WebEx platform have not joined the cyber range platform for us to begin the challenge. Again, a kind request. We have been trying to make this announcement, but please, what we want you to do is to follow the instructions that has been given on the chat to log into the platform as soon as possible. We have only 30 teams. What we want you to do is to 39, and I think probably we can show that. Can we have it on screen? Can we as soon as possible so that people can?
It's currently on screen. I'm sharing my screen, so that's where you can.
Yes, the screen is visible, so we have only 39. So please do join in quickly. Yes.
Let me
Screen
give
is visible,
everyone
so we have only 39. So please do
it is
join
a
in quickly.
team-based competition. That means that every member of the team has to be actually on the platform. This is like real life. It is like an incident that has to be the three guys have to be there. Everyone with real life or station. Only this way the team will be able to perform as part of this challenge. All challenges are concerned. So it's not about sharing one screen. That's not the type of environment. So it's not about sharing, putting forward a real life sandbox environment in which each team of three people is called real life. So guys, each team of people get on the platform, get the team captain to form the team, and let's boost those numbers up. It is not difficult. If there is any problem, please reach out to support on Discord or on the web chat here. It is not difficult. If there is any problem,
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for that information. Guys, those who are on the WebEx platform, we still see people who have still not joined the platform. Those who are we know that you're connected to the WebEx platform, but for you to continue with the challenge or to start with the hacking challenge, you need to join the cyber range platform that has been given to you. So the information has been posted on the chat. I kindly request you to quickly let your players log in to the platform to begin the challenge. Has been posted on the chat. I kindly request you. Right. So we have 42 teams. Right. We have 42 teams who have registered on the platform. On the platform. Okay, that's a good news. So guys, so we have still not got on board. We have 42 teams. Quickly do it because as soon as we begin, we will have to stick to a timeline and then move forward.
Not got on board. We have 42 teams. Quickly do it because as soon as we begin, we will have to stick to a timeline and then move forward.
Problems? Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you all do have any technical queries which are needed in your class, please unmute yourself and talk to us. Problems? Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen,
All on unmute, you can speak. All on unmute, you can
if you
speak.
have questions, unmute and talk to us. If not, unless you all have already joined the platform. So, thank you very much for bearing with us. We already have all new teams on board. We'll be getting, unless you all have all few minutes. And thank you very much for bearing with us. We already have all new teams on board. We'll be getting, unless you all have all few minutes. And thank you very much for bearing with us. We already have all new teams on board. We'll be getting, unless you all have all few minutes. And thank you very much for bearing with us.
Marcelo and Mr. Ali. So we've got 42 teams on the platform, right? So we are already 10 to 11. Marcelo and Mr. Ali. So we've got 5 more minutes. 42 teams on the platform. Last call. So you're given an opportunity. You still got 5 minutes to get into the platform. So we still haven't. Please do that because we will have installation going on in the next 5 minutes. You still got 5 minutes. And then right after that, we'll have the challenge begin. So you got 5 minutes in the next 5 minutes.
We're hoping to start at 10:55.
And then right after that, we'll have the challenge begin.
Thank you very much again.
So you got 5 minutes in the Okay.
Thank you very much again.
So you got 5 minutes. The next
We'll
one.
get the technical team pretty clear if you all do have any questions again. But guys, remember, we'll be starting in precisely 4 minutes.
You got
Thank
5
you.
minutes. The next one. Maslow, I have a quick question. I've got this from someone I know. He says that they cannot join the lobby without the team. Is that true? Maslow, I have a quick question. Should all 3 team members be present to join the lobby? He says that they cannot join the lobby. I think you're on mute. The team. Is that true?
That's typical.
Maslow, I have a
Typical
quick
morning.
question. All 3 team members be present to
Yes,
join the lobby?
I haven't been able to drink
They cannot
my
join the
I think
lobby
you're on
without
mute.
the team. Is that true?
Tea, and I think I will
Typical
bring
question.
while
All 3
celebrating.
team members be present to
Yes,
join the
I
lobby?
haven't been able to just the
cannot
unmuting.
join the
I think
lobby.
Ali will address this question.
Yeah.
Team members be present to
Again,
join the
I
lobby?
haven't been able to just the team-based Ali will address the lobby has been set to place the teams. So again, we do not anticipate the one person team. The lobby has been set. I confirm we needed a team able. We do not anticipate
Yeah. So if there's a single participant that wants to join, I would suggest that they create a team and then just join on that team, so that they basically create a team on the single participant ring and then join that as a single participant and then just
Thank you.
join on that team, so that they basically
Thank you for that information, guys. So if you still have any issues, are you by yourself, your viewers have not joined in, if you've got any of those sort of questions, reach out to us in the chat. We're here to help you. But we will be going live in the next few have not joined in. If you've got any of
I
those
also
sort of questions, reach out
would
to us
like
in the
to
chat. We're here to help you. But we will be going live in
being
the
a
next
team-based
few have not
exercise,
joined in.
and while we do not anticipate any promotion to field the team lead, the team lead then has to exert some coordination role and ensure that they are the first to join the lobby after team leads the team. So once their team is formed, the team captain or the team lead decide what is your name, general, so once their team is whatever, you want to call yourself, please ensure that you join the lobby first, and you will bring your team with you into the lobby. So it's again a very, very simple. Please ensure that you join the lobby. Remember, cybersecurity brings both your technical capabilities and organizational capabilities. So again, a very, very simple. Good time just to remember cybersecurity organizational capabilities, technical capabilities within your team. Thank you.
It is also important for everybody to know that the captain has to be logged in and joined on the lobby, otherwise nobody from their team can actually join. It is also important for everybody to know that
Ali, I think probably that's one of the reasons why some have probably not been able to get into the platform. But is there anything that we can do at present? Because we might have situations where either a member or team lead is not available for certain reasons, so the other members are out there wondering what to do. Because we might have situations where either a member or team lead is not available for certain reasons, so the other members are out there wondering. Thank you for that. So guys, so if you're by yourself, if the team lead is not there and you're not able to get into the platform, if you need any assistance, you can reach out here on the web or on the Discord, so that Ali and the team will certainly help you get into the platform. So please reach out. If you don't tell us, we do not know the problems you face. We're here to help, so we want you to reach us as quickly as possible so that we can get this started. We do not know the problems you face. We're here to help, so we want you to reach us as quickly as possible. So yes, Maslow and Ali, I think probably we could begin. We've got 43 teams on board on the platform. To what I can see. So yes, Maslow and Ali, shall we begin with instructions? We could begin. We've got 43 teams on board on the platform.
I would like to pass the mic to Ali.
So shall we begin with instructions? We could begin. We've got 43 teams on board on the platform.
I would like to pass the mic to Ali.
So shall we begin with
Have a
instructions?
natural
We begin. We've got 43
registration
teams on board
a
on the
natural
platform.
turnout. I would like to pass the mic to natural cybersecurity teams are available when the phone starts. So let's take it
Exchange server attack that's been downloaded. This is not all of the attacks, but these are the ones that you will notice. And on Microsoft, their own website, they have information like this, basically showing that this that are exploitable, how it's performed, when a malicious code is written, and which file path it takes, when the web shells are dropped, and then how. Through the servers based on how your servers are actually running. Now, when we say let's play, we generally have the lobby where everybody's already logged in. We have, so once the lobby's actually started, you'll see this sort of thing where you have the code of ethics in terms of what you're allowed and not allowed to do and what sort of attacks you're allowed and not allowed to carry out. Today, however, we're not doing a cyber warfare scenario, so you're not going to be attacking each other. This is a blue team exercise where you're actually trying to figure out how things are going and what we can do about that. Cyber warfare scenario, so you're not going to be and this is the lobby screen that we're just most of the participants are on. And you will have a screen describing the mission. So what we'll see is the different tabs. So you have the story, the mission, the rules, and obviously the injections, but that's not something that you will see yourself. And here you have the usernames and passwords for all the different services that you can use to actually discover things. And we'll go through each one of those in a moment. And here you also have something called the server tab. Now in the server tab, you get to see all of the different services that are and we'll go through each one of those in a moment. And from there, you can actually click on each one of those to either log on to it. Now, in the server tab, you or basically look at how it's configured things, and we'll go through each one of those in a moment. And from there, one of the tools that are available is network traffic analyzer. This is or basically look at how it's configured things, and we'll go through each one of those in a moment. What RTing is, it's a large-scale open-source index packet capture tool. Some people that have used it in the past may know it as Moloch. And it's actually leveraging TCAT really as an investigation tool, similar to Wireshark. And you can use that in combination with Elasticsearch to make filtering of your traffic much easier. Interface will look like this. And what you'll see as well is you have the menu, you have your search fields, your time range selectors. All of this helps you in terms of basically, so if you look here for
by the participants, they are probably, our accents might be a little faster than what they might be used to. And
I will try to slow down.
Yes, please. And, a couple of things. Yeah, said in very brutal English. Yes, please slow down a little. But also, very, very importantly, just to let people know, each team is going to have their own replica environment. As you correctly stated, it is a defensive exercise, as we always said. But also, quite importantly, from a technical point of view, as soon as the lobby starts, as soon as the game starts, the attacks will be played live. So that means technically that if participants are very good, as we suspect they are, at least that is what CERT Sri Lanka has alerted us, we will be able, if we want, to change the dynamics of attacks or make the attacks more, more powerful. So that's this is not a pre-recorded exercise. For the participants' point of view, this is going to play live in the same way they would happen in their own operation center. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ali.
Thank you. So, like Marcello just mentioned, the attacks will be running live, basically meaning that as the participants log in and the environment is started, you'll see injections that are actually triggered and fired off. if we see that some participants are quicker than others, what we may do is we may actually start injecting a lot more traffic and a lot more activity to make it a bit more difficult. So jumping back into the interface for Archime, you can see several different sorts of tabs. We have an index of listed sessions, a timeline graph. So the timeline graph also is linked back to the range that we can provide. And then once you've set the different range and you've basically applied that, what you'll see is that the list, if I go back to the first one, you can initially see that there's a lot of results. Once we actually change that and set a certain limiter and we apply that, you'll see that it's reduced to a couple of, less of those. Once we actually change that and then when you hover over certain values, you can also get drop-down menus, so you can filter out information. You can go and add stuff from anything from your criteria to adding, or so you can think of it as a Boolean requirements. Going on to the next one, we're talking about expanding over a session. So that basically means that for every session information that you have in there, you can actually drill down for more information. You can request information from the headers. If you look at the code to the right, for instance, you can basically see the sort of information that's happened. So it'll tell you what sort of method it is. So whether it's a get or a push, what sort of request headers are available. You'll see the response. And examples of information that's being given here is anything, so the entire connections details, hosts, port, payload. You'll see the ability to download files exchanged in the session. So that basically means that within the session itself, you can see the files that are there and you can download it for later analysis. Although we don't have an elastic tool here, this is something that you could do should you have it on your own stack. You have the ability to filter traffic based on the displayed parameters. You can also invoke another tool called CyberChef, and that's something that we're going to show in a minute. So from the SPI view, you can actually see all of the values here, and each one of them is actually clickable. So when you click on one of those, it'll drill down even further and show you even more information based on the value that you've actually clicked on. So for instance, if you were to click on 172.16.0.115, that'll probably show you the range of it and what's actually happening from that, what sort of traffic has been coming and going. And this is, so the other functionalities, of course, is you can view the connections and the connection map that basically tells you a specific IP, which range it belongs to, what it's connected to. You're able to download the PCAP files from different sessions. You can also upload them for further analysis on Archime. And of course, these are integrated with different analysis tools like Wireshark. CyberChef, which we just mentioned. It's a web app for encryption, encoding, and compression. Some people call it the Cyber Swiss Army knife. So it's basically something that'll help you with making the operation between different systems much easier, and it runs purely in your browser. And this is something, so the link that we have here also is where you can actually download it and how it's run from there. It's hosted on there as well. Now, the interface, rather simple. You have a search base, you have the recipe and the input, the output, and then it says bake. So here you can actually put in certain code to decrypt or encrypt and see how things are actually linked into each other. So four main areas that you can play with. So the input and paste is the text you want to work on. The output, well, it's going to be put out there. Operations, it's basically shows you all the possibilities of the operations, and the recipe is the selected operations to use on an input. It's going to be put out there. Operations, it's basically shows you all the possibilities. Chaining. So here we have a view for that. Of course, I'm only showing you these the GUI interface here. Later on, after, or let's say during the exercises and after this, we'll actually show you how all of this has been used to identify the attacks that have occurred and how you should have been doing, how you should have done it to find the results. And here we're going to be talking about viewing logs and log analysis with ELK, which is Elasticsearch, and OS Query. So originally, ELK and OS Query, they were split into three different parts. It's Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. Each one of them does a specific thing. So for instance, with Beats, you have data collection. With Logstash, you used to have the data aggregation and processing. And then you have the indexing and storage in Elasticsearch. And Kibana is a sort of analysis and visualization, so you can build dashboards in there. Think of it as a, let's say, intelligence reporting or a business analysis report, but based for cyber intelligence. So if you look at a certain view, this is Elasticsearch, what we're looking at right now. You can basically index based on available fields that are there. So on the left side, what you can see are the available fields in the data that's being collected. We can also specify a time range, so the last 15 minutes, last 30 minutes, etc. In the search box, you can enter certain criteria that you're looking for. And once you click on refresh, it'll update it and show you the results that you're looking for. So if you're going to be entering a search criteria, always ensure that your time range is correct. You can do free text search if keywords appear anywhere. So a free text search like the IP address there. Field-based searches are also possible, so you could do it like the examples that have been shown here. So if you want to do a name, then you would be name : and then you have the quotation marks, and then the name with the space. Age, if you want to look from between a certain thing to a certain thing, that's also possible. And then you have the quotation marks. And with Kibana, so Kibana is the auto implement for this. It will auto complete fields for you. So if you're not exactly sure what the extension will be, if you just type data dot, it'll come up with all the different options in there. And this is something that most of us will be used to if you've ever worked with an SDK when developing. So you can search for exact text matches as well. So when you're looking for something specific like accepted password, you would, so let me see over here, if you can see the mouse, you can do quotation marks, and then within that you write your accepted password, and then it will look for that specifically. So let me see over here, if you can see the mouse. And of course, you can expand on individual logs. So if we were to select this specific log by clicking on it, then the next view that you'll see is something like this, which basically shows you an expanded view with a lot more information about that specific log. And you can add more columns from the left side. So you have a left sidebar. If I go back one step here, FTP server, for instance, it really is quite a comprehensive tool that searches everything and provides you information based on what you may be looking at. And I'm just noticing I'm talking a bit fast, so I'm going to try to cool it down. If there's anything anybody's not understanding, please do ask. We're here to make this as simple as possible for you. I'm talking a bit fast, so I'm going to try to cool it down. Jumping over to, oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I do.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah, if I am going too fast, please let me know. I do tend to rabble on quite quickly when I'm talking, and I'll try to be conscious about that as well. If I am going too fast, please let me know.
Thank you. So guys, so we have a bit of an update. We've got 45 teams on the platform. So we've got 2 people on board. So yeah, that's good. So if anyone is still having problems, in saying this before, but certainly some of you have joined now, do let us know. Either your team lead is not here and you're not able to join. So the instructions are going on and we would go live soon. So if there's anything, reach out to us on Discord or here so that we can help you.
Yeah. And Dylan, I would certainly appreciate your cultural mediation. If anyone wants to ask questions in your own language, obviously feel free. It's your national event, so absolutely. But in that case, please help us in the handling of any question. Thank you.
Sure. Vision in that case and translate. That's fine. Thank you so much for mentioning that.
So guys, if you have any questions on the platform, I know we've had a bit of a discussion on the challenge, and it's been very clear in terms of what is expected from you and the challenges ahead on this platform. But if you have any questions, reach out to us on the platform or on the Discord. We're here to help. In terms of what is expected from you and the challenges ahead on this platform.
WebEx is there for you guys.
Reach out to us on the platform or on the Discord. We're here to help.
Okay. So we'll continue here with the OS query and the analysis there. So this is another tool, again, that we can use for querying for information. And just because I'm showing you all of these doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use them, but it is recommended that you can at least log in, take a look. Some of you may be already familiar with some of these too. So if you feel comfortable with it, just go in and do it. So you can use these queries to monitor for file integrity. You can check on status for services. You can fetch users. You can perform security audits. And the security audits can be done on specific servers. There's quite a lot you can do with this. And I'll leave this part for, obviously, this is something that you can create. You can create query packs that can be run whenever you want to. So let's say that you run a certain query and you think, hey, that query might be useful for later. You can save it and just rerun it again later if you think that it's something that you need. Whenever you want to. So let's say that you run. This is where you see your running queries. So here you have also the certain locations from where all of this is, the different usernames, and basically the routes and how that's being specifically done. You can do stuff like if you want to fetch a list of users in a specific server, you'll just do select star from users. It does run like any other SQL-based query that you could be thinking of. If you want to fetch a list of users in a specific server, you'll just do select star. So, for instance, if you want to fetch OS version, this is a sample of it. You do select name, comma, platform, comma, version, space, and then from space OS version. These sort of things are quite, let's say, self-explanatory. If you have any SQL knowledge or if you've worked with databases in the past.
Ali, there is a question, an interesting question.
Yes.
Somebody, a participant was asking, were the links to the nice tools that you mentioned be made available?
Yes.
For future reference?
So I can at the start of let me actually do this. So I'll go back quite a few pages here. There we go. So when we start the scenario, you will have the mission control page, and there, as you can see here, there's a tool name with the admin and the password. And the thing that I tried to show before, I believe it is over. Oops, no, wrong way. This direction. So here, you'll have something called the server tab. And on the server tab, you have these drop-down links. And when you click on them, it will show you the service, and you can actually click on that to actually log on to the service itself. So if you want to log on to Archimate, you basically select the Archimate from the server tab, and the login link will be there right away. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I believe so. That means that the scenario will contain the information regarding the tools. It is a very nice network configuration. So people with experience will be pleased to tackle the scenario, and obviously all ancillary information can be derived from playing the scenario. Thank you, Ali.
Yeah, and then once we actually start it, we'll also show you how to get there. So right now we're just running a few of the different tools that are available. But once we actually start the scenario, we'll take a moment to actually show you where these things are. I'm gonna rush back to the page I was on. Okay, so I believe that is all the slides that we have in terms of the tools. Let me just check my team if we're actually ready here. Do we have everybody that? So do we know if everybody's logged on that we need to have?
Yes, Ali, we've got 45 teams here.
Okay.
And so we had confirmation. We called out and we reached out all the people who registered, and most of them answered except few numbers. And all the emails have not, I mean, has reached. So we've got 2 people who've come on board now. So I think that should be fine. I mean, we could probably
All
kick
right.
off.
Yeah, we should
Sure.
be
So
good.
then,
So
Go
we
on,
have
sorry.
defeated the spam folder. We have defeated the morning traffic rush. We have defeated the concurrent commitments. We have defeated the family commitments getting in the way. So it sounds that with 45 teams, we are good to go.
All right. So if you're
Yes.
happy, we can start the challenge now.
Okay.
So guys, do you have any final word from your end, Mr. Ali and Maslow? You want to say anything?
I think like in weddings, it is the time. You know, anyone has spoken, so nobody else to speak. We are ready to go.
Want to say anything?
What you say? I think like in weddings.
Yeah, I think it's a good way. So what we're going to say, from my end, I just hope that everybody today has an excellent time and, just enjoy it. If there are any questions, we're there to help. And as you can see, the scenario is actually already started. So the timer has gone up. You have 6 hours to complete this. Obviously, we have less on the actual timer for the amount is there, but for the purpose, you can see that there's a timer on there.
I mean, your screen sharing on the platform, please.
Yes, of course. Let me just do that. For the
Yeah.
purpose, you can see that I'm going to do this here.
Your screen sharing on the platform. So
There we go.
yeah.
Of course. Let me just do that.
So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for everything. And to all the participants, we wish you all the best.
Very best, guys.
And remind you, we've got exciting prizes to give away from, Huawei has come on board, who have come on board to give some gifts for the winners and for the first, second, third, and you never know what else is there for you. All what we want to say is that enjoy the challenge. It's glad that all of you are here, but we want you to enjoy. Nilushi?
Absolutely delighted to have all of you guys on board. Like I said before, we've got exciting prizes and giveaways. So all the very best, guys, and let's see how it goes.
And the scoreboard will be visible to all of you.
Yes.
That will be visible, and we are live on Facebook and YouTube. Right? Tell your friends so that they can come and take a look your performance and support all of you. Give us a like on our social media platforms. Thank you, everyone. We'll be
And also,
Sorry, you drew my attention to one point. What's going to happen? There will be after the challenge is completed, we'll have a short debrief. The performance data will be further analyzed, so the winners will not be announced straight away, although the data is going to be there because we want to ensure that everything is perfect. On my part, I will not share with you my music taste, so there will be no background music playing throughout the challenge. So be reassured that the only things that is going to happen at our end is to brew a lot of tea and a lot of coffee while we are monitoring the performance of the teams. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. So, guys, it's over to all of you, and we'll be connected. So please feel to reach out if you have any technical problems. We suggest you connect on Discord. But yes, certainly if there's anything, we're here. Thank you.
And one thing to ask all the participants, if you can please also check from the server tab whether Archime and Wazoo is actually running.
If there's anything, we're here. Thank you.
And one thing to ask all the participants, if you can please also check from the server tab whether
If you do have any technical difficulties, just drop a message on chat.
Yeah, we're there in Discord for the support channel.
Yeah, and the CERT team will be able to observe the team's performance.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. That's one of the features of our technology. We got users, we got event managers, we got obviously instructors which has developed the scenarios, and we'll have observers through the challenge. So obviously, is the CERT's role to monitor the performance of the teams, and there will be observers of this challenge. Thanks. So obviously, is the CERT's role to monitor the performance of the teams, and there will be
Guys, we encourage you to post out any technical issues on Discord so that it's easy. There are people from Cyber Rangers who are here to help you. So we encourage those information on the Discord channel. So if you're still not connected, please look out for your email. We've sent you the information. Click on that link and join the Discord channel so that you can see the conversation. Thank you. The Discord channel. So if you're still not connected, please look out for your email. We've sent you the information. Click on that link and join the Discord channel so that you can see the conversation. Thank you.
For those who have missed out, we are posting out the credentials and the link of the platform again once again on chat. So if you're you get to join, or if you all have issues, just use these credentials that have been posted on chat to do so. Thank you very much. So if you're you get to join, or if you all have issues, just use these credentials.
There are some questions on the WebEx chat. Yes, this is a simulated environment with a quite articulated network configuration, and therefore the network is represented by a number of virtual machines, and the virtual setup is going to be described in the information attached to the scenario that you can read through by connecting to the lobby with the link and the password provided in this chat. I hope I have addressed the Induara queries right now. Thank you.
So one of my teammates is actually going to be taking over the screen for a moment, and he's going to show you the usage of the dashboards.
Right now. Thank you.
So one of my teammates is actually going to be taking. Could we please make Lawrence a presenter?
Thank you, Ali, for that.
So one of my teammates is actually going to be taking. Could we please make Lawrence a presenter?
Thank you, Ali, for that.
Could we please make Lawrence a presenter?
Thank you, Ali, for that.
Have we been able to give Lawrence access to being able to share?
Dialan, can we allow screen share for Lawrence, please?
Yes, certainly. I think it's done.
Thank you. Can we allow screen share for Lawrence, please?
Yes, certainly. I think it's done.
Thank you. Can we allow screen share for Lawrence, please?
Yes, certainly. I think it's done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geyser. So I hope my audio is clear and my screen resolution is better.
Yes,
Lawrence.
certainly. We can hear you, and the screen is well seen. Thank you.
Awesome. So majority of us, I'm just going to join the lobby. So here is the interface that some of us should be getting. If you've already started the scenario, sorry, if you haven't started the scenario as a team captain, I just click on start. So I'm going to show how to use the start button to access the servers. And once I'm done with that, I'll come back over and show us how the two observers we have can use the observer functionality. Now, as a team captain and a member of that team, once you have clicked on start, as Ali did a very good job showing this, once that has been done, if you want to access the servers, you need to go to the server section. Now from the server section, we have two machines that you'll predominantly use for this investigation. Actually, three machines. We have the Akimi machine, we have the Wazoo machine, and then the Velociraptor machine. So to start us off, if you want to access Akimi, click on the drop down menu here under services. Then you just need to load the web proxy. So to load the web proxy, you need to click on open website. Now when you click on open website, at times a pop-up will be displayed, and this pop-up might be blocked by your browser. Whenever that happens, there will be a notification on the menu bar right here telling you that a pop-up has been disabled. So if you get that, just ensure you allow that pop-up to be displayed. If you allow that pop-up to be displayed, Akimi will load and it will ask you for credentials. Now for all the credentials you need, they can be found still under the services. So in our case, to access Akimi, the username is admin and the password is password. I'll just enter them right here, admin, password. The username is admin and the password is password. I'll just enter them right here, admin. So if your Akimi is running as expected, running correctly, the moment you click on open website, it will prompt you to authenticate. If you enter the correct password and the correct username, then this is eventually what you'll get. And as Ali mentioned, once this has loaded, you can use the various search filters to figure out what to search for and help you with the analysis. Then moving away from Akimi, we also have Wazoo. So same process, click on services, open website, a new tab will be loaded for you. And this will load Elastic. Open website, a new tab will be loaded for you. So Elastic, it might take maybe actually less than a minute, a few seconds for it to fully load. Now, as this is loading, if any of us encounters an issue, so Akimi doesn't load, if it doesn't load, it will give you maybe internal error or anything of that sort, please chat us up on Discord and we'll gladly help. On Discord, we have a channel called support. So just chat on that support channel and we'll gladly help you. We still have other channels on Discord. We have the frequently asked question channel. Use that channel to easily find solutions to most common issues users get with Discord. Then we have the announcement tab that will post all announcements there, and the tools tab just to give you additional information. Okay, finally, my Wazoo has loaded. So once Wazoo has loaded here, you can use any of these functionalities to help you answer the question. Just to preview, if you click on security events, you will get the dashboard. Then under events, you will be able to do your investigation and do your analysis. For the few of us or any of us who might want to use the Kibana Discover tab instead of Wazoo, we still have Kibana there that you can also use for this. So in a nutshell, that is how you are meant to access all of these tools that have been mentioned here to help you with your investigation. Just to repeat, anyone having an issue with Akimi or any of the servers, please just support it on the chat and I will help. So to wrap us up, just for questions, the questions will guide you in regards to how you want to do the analysis. We have the prep questions to help you easily understand the platform. Then from there, you will be able to start. Things to mention about these questions. One, we have the score for each question. Now, different questions have different scores. Second, if you hover on each question under the submit answer, you will be told and you will see how many attempts each question has. Now, for the most basic question, we have around only 2 attempts. However, as the questions become more advanced, then the number of attempts increase. I think for maximum, we only have 5 attempts per question. So as you play this as a team, you want to ensure that you are also utilizing the attempts correctly. There are no penalties associated with any question. However, there is a bonus marks for anyone who is able to answer any question. So the first person to answer a question will get a bonus for their first attempt. So that wraps up in regards to how to access the interface as a player, and I'll just move on to accessing the interface as an observer. Now, for the guys who are observers, as an observer, you don't need to be part of a team. You even don't need to start the scenario. What you'll need to do is just click on Scenario Dashboard. All observers will be able to view the score. So once you have clicked on the Scenario Dashboard, you will get an interface similar to this. Then the only thing you'll need to do is just navigate to the score menu. Then from the score, you will be able to see how guys are performing. Then with that, I want to wish everyone all the best. If anyone has any issues, any challenges, just please let us know on the chat. Thank you, guys. Back to the Sri Lanka team.
Thank you for the information that has been crystal clear. Thank you so much. So, guys, once again, if you do have any questions, reach out on reach us on the Discord channel. We are there to help. Please feel free to reach out. And there's a timing that's going on, so and probably you can see the scores. Thank you. Hi everyone, we are back again, and we see the challenge all happen in Ilushi, and I see
Brilliant progress.
certainly black flyers are leading on top with 110, along with
Sky Warriors and Black Flyers. So we have a lot of flyers here.
But I also see the bad boys.
Yes, my gosh.
They're close by, so they've got 9-10, which is not far ahead.
Not far ahead. So Sky Heroes are also almost in par with Sky Warriors and Black Flyers, but leading on, flying as in first place. It's actually a tie right now. So we have Black
Certainly.
Flyers and Sky Warriors. Then we have.
And we're going to keep you posted, and all this is live on Facebook. Do tell your friends, do tell your family members to join on Facebook and YouTube,
Yes,
so that they can see what you've
achieved so far.
So far, great.
Wonderful.
And having said that, we've got a special guest here, our CEO from Sri Lanka, sir. So we so as you see, sir, the progress is on. We've had 48 teams today who have come on board. And what we've seen is that from the stats,
almost 60% of all our participants are construed of students. And the rest...
around 39, nearly 40% are professionals.
This is, I would say, exciting number. We see a lot of students. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's a good trend, because we see now the youngsters are much aware of this cybersecurity related issues, and it's a very good sign. So that they can, from the early stages, they get into cybersecurity, and which will enable them to become professionals in the future.
And also, sir, I should say that last year, looking back at our history, I think last year we had one of the students become the champion. I think they placed second or third, being students. So we've seen the trends where the enthusiasm among students coming on board, being part of this whole challenge. And we also understand that they have to compete with industry people, experts who have been, who have done many of these challenges in the past and who've been part of many competitions. But whereas students, you're fresh, maybe you're not exposed to much, but we still see people coming in. So it's a good sign, isn't it?
It is a good sign. It is a good sign.
And so
it's a lot of fresh blood, and we've got a lot of challenges that we've planned ahead, and a lot of activities also. So students and professionals, I would say, Yola, they're head to head. So just because I would say, even though professionals have a lot of experience, we can't undermine the capabilities of the students at this given context. No, that.
Very true. And I want to bring up something more. Now, looking at the age groups of the participants, now we have 400. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Let me try and go back to the other.
I think we have a lot of students after A levels as well as uni students. Yeah.
And I think someone. And I think we need to recognize him. And I'm not sure whether he's the only one, but if he's so, we will certainly recognize him for coming on board and doing this. But I want to show out a few things, but let me see.
So guys, this is not just for students, but for professionals also. If you all know anyone who's enthusiastic, who wants to know more about cybersecurity, please do reach out to Sri Lanka Cert also. We do have a lot of initiatives that we are doing right now, we're conducting right now in terms of cybersecurity. So if anyone has any queries about what kind of career they can have in cybersecurity, what kind of courses they can follow, any support that they need in terms of cybersecurity, please do reach out to us. And we also have a site that's gone online. So this is onlinesafety.lk that gives us a lot of insight on cybersecurity issues that crop up, not just for individuals, but on a business and a government perspective also. So please do visit our sites. We have a lot of documents that we've come up with in terms of helping you all engage with this threat landscape and to see as to how you all can safeguard yourself. So please do reach out to us as the National Apex Body for Cybersecurity. We are more than willing to answer any queries that you all have.
And Nilushi, we got to remind them that we have another challenge in place because we've seen the overwhelming response from our participants, from our constituents. And some of them have been quite upset with us saying, the deadline was this, but we cannot join in, sir. But we, with the consent of CEO, and with the support of Cyber Rangers, and I think Marcelo is here with us. So Marcelo, this is our CEO. You've not seen him. Hope you can hear us.
Yes, loud and clear. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. And we are very, very pleased with this opportunity to work with your team in delivering this challenge. Please carry on.
Thank you very much for supporting this event. I just want to ask you, looking at the progress, what is your thought about the teams that have taken part in this event?
Well, when I had the chance to look at the quality of registrations, I thought this is going to be a good event, and I'm expecting good performance. It is a very up-to-date scenario that we have created and put forward for this challenge, based on latest threat intelligence, so that people can really experience what has been going on in the last 2 years worth of pandemic lockdown and intensified cybercrime activity. So I think for professionals, for people that are interested in cybersecurity beyond the theory and wish to get their hands dirty on real life situations, I think APT40 is a very, very good scenario to start. And Dylan was very keen in saying, hey, don't make things too easy. We want really to identify true talent. And I think we are going to see some true talent showing off today.
I just want to ask him one more question. Marcelo, what is your view about using Cyber Rangers and the trend of using the Cyber Rangers in support of cybersecurity training?
Yes, it is a very good question, and I thank you for that. I also put my hat as co-chair for education and training at the European Cybersecurity Organization, EXO, and I had to say that using sandbox environment like Cyber Rangers is a next generation Cyber Ranger. He is characterized by high orchestration, high automation, and also very high level of friendliness for scenario orders. So people that want to customize those scenarios, not just using content off the shelf. I had to say that the user of an environment technology like Cyber Rangers allows an organization, a CERT, a government, to understand the real abilities of your talent pool. So we go beyond a Cyber Range deployment goes beyond degrees, goes beyond certifications, allows people to try hands-on. It shows abilities, and I think when you want to see whether your incident response team can handle a crisis, you are not going to check about the degree diplomas or the number of certificates they have hanging from the wall. You want to be sure, you want to be confident that they can tackle and they're up to speed with the latest technology, with the latest threat actors, that they've gone to the gym, they've gone to train and exercise regularly, and they have the kind of muscle memory that allows them to tackle an incident, heads on. And that's what you get with cyber rangers all along. You keep people trained.
Thank you, Maslow. I thank you and your organization for helping us in this conference. And we hope to work with you very closely in the future. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being part. So, Maslow, we see this challenge happening and it's all interesting. And I think Black Flyers and Sky Heroes on lead with,
Black Flyers leading. They were in par, but by 100 points, I think Black Flyers are leading. And in second place for now, we have Sky Heroes. And then there's, I wouldn't say it's quite a significant gap. We have Sky Warriors, Black Flyers, and Suicide Squad. My gosh.
I'm not sure what happened to the bad boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not Suicide Squad, it's Suicide Squid. So
interesting names. But we also see in Nilushi the attempts and the correct attempts you can see.
Yes.
If you look at Black Flyers, they've not made any wrong attempts. That's something interesting.
Yeah.
But whereas
Dylan,
Yes.
can I ask you to share the screen?
Yes,
so that
sure,
it's
sure.
visible also on the live Facebook channel.
Yes.
So I think the commentary will be even more captivating. Yeah, absolutely.
Can we? It's there.
Simply that our team is performing some backstage activity, and obviously they cannot share at their end.
Sure,
Right.
but just give us a few minutes. We'll talk
So-
to our technical team and
Yeah,
sort
sure,
that out.
absolutely.
We'll be sharing.
Yes.
Can you share, please? Yes.
අපිට share කරොත් අපේ එක නැති වෙනවානේ.
Well, while you're sharing, I just wanted to add some information for use for reference. You discussed students getting more and more proficient in cybersecurity, and as a matter of fact, the focus on students has also seen the coming up to the front to much younger students, high school pupils, particularly in the age group 12 to 20, have become increasingly interested in cybersecurity, and there are very good programs available around for kids and teachers to get involved in cybersecurity beyond the theoretical awareness. And one of those programs is actually running on Cyber Rangers. It's called Hacker High School. It is very much US based, but the program has been known also in many other countries. And the pupils, as I said, of that age group, 12 to 20, can, together with the teachers and guardians, go through the process of becoming a certified hacker analyst and getting both theoretical development and hands-on practice on Cyber Rangers.
Interesting. That's certainly interesting to know. And now we've seen that as well, and that's a question that we had for our CEO as well, because we've seen 60% of these participants are students. So we welcome that. So we see the interest, the enthusiasm in our youngsters who want to be in this field. Because what I see is, Nilushi, because when you look at cybersecurity, it's not just for people in the IT, right? You can be a doctor, you can be an engineer, but this has become part and parcel of our lives. right? Security is something that needs to be built in or integrated. Doesn't matter what our profession is, right? But it has got to a stage where it's become the fundamental thing, right? And
it's always good to start them young. As Marcelo also mentioned, I think the whole idea of actually getting children, adolescents, then your guardians as well as teachers on board on such initiatives. Marcelo, I think that's a wonderful initiative that you guys have spearheaded with Hacker High School. So we're also looking forward. I think especially the research team would actually like to have a chat with you, and we'll see as to how we can have this in Sri Lanka as well, because we need to start them young, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. Just like the island said, I think this has become part and parcel of our daily lives. It doesn't matter which profession you're in. It doesn't even matter if you're working, because most of the things we do, especially because of the pandemic and the work from home situations, even we see children, they don't really go to school anymore. So they interact with people online, the island, and cybersecurity has become a need. I would say not just cybersecurity, but awareness on cybersecurity is a crucial factor that people need to consider now. So, just like you said, it's not just the theoretical aspects that we need to consider, but the hands-on experience is what actually matters in terms of building this
Absolutely,
cybersec
Nilush.
culture.
And I
Yes.
think kids are even more interested in practical learning.
Yes.
They have developed, thanks to obviously to widespread access to technology, they have developed a very good learning by doing attitude. And cybersecurity is certainly one of those sectors, one of those work domains where by doing becomes very important. I got a gray beard. I remember the very first days I entered the computer industry. I used to work with a very good company that doesn't exist anymore, so I can quote their name, called Digital Equipment Corporation. They were famous for their VAX system and VMS systems. And what was important was the ability to do things, to do coding, to do a number of very much hands-on activities. You were actually praised and rewarded for being a hands-on practitioner and doing things right. And the mini departmental systems was one of their inventions. Then came all the other giants, and the company now is it's a very successful service delivery division in a big IT giant structure. So I think when kids come and say, "Hey, I want to do something good," and we have the hacker, the hoodie kind of culture. But in reality, it's true. You need to be able to know how to attack in order to defend properly. And that is why we spend a lot of time and a lot of emphasis on defensive security. It doesn't mean that is a lesser role. On the contrary, it is a very good role, and you have to know about how your opponents think. That hence threat intelligence and all that kind of preparation work. That requires a lot of collaboration. So it's not just the kid playing games alone in his room. It's actually a lot of coordination. There is more and more emphasis on social interaction when we do cyber exercises, and APT40 is one of those.
Definitely.
I certainly agree with what you say. And I also see that the reason for students to be part of this, or for them to come on board or to try this challenge, because when it comes to this hacking, the whole thing is that, I see youngsters is that because they always say that exciting, either they can gain access to someone's computer, they can see what.
Not necessarily.
No, that's not something we don't encourage, but we see that's what leading them to. But the reason why we want to have this hacking challenge is we want to create ethical hackers, Nilush. I mean, we've been clear with this. We don't want black hats or gray hats here. But what we want is white ethical hackers because we want people to be professionals, right?
Definitely.
Because we want things to be safeguarded, right? We want people to look at in a manner
Active about it.
exactly to the relevant party and let them know, here, sir, we found this. And I know you guys do not have rewardings, but still, we would like
Maybe
to
we can consider that in the future. These are definitely prospectus that we can look at.
certainly. And
Yeah, let me add a point on what you just said. The beauty of training and exercising on a cyber range like ours is the fact that you can actually detonate all the malware, all the threat attacks that you want without actually damaging anything. And one of the key concerns that teachers and guardians reported to us when we were developing Hacker High School on cyber ranges was if we're going to teach hacking to kids, are they going to destroy their own computer? As a family, we have a limited budget, and if the brand new computer is being destroyed or damaged or corrupted in doing the real things, how can we, even in the context of a lesson, how are we going to do so? By transferring the environment, the work environment of the course onto a virtual environment while preserving the realism of all the activities through high quality simulations, we gave much confidence also on the economics of that training, hands-on training, and the ability for kids to do exactly what they do when they do games, which they try and they get killed. And if we are talking those fanciful action games that they like so much, or they play football games, they fail and they restart, get up and restart. And that's the same with cybersecurity at their age. They can hack, they can defend, and repeat it as many times as they want, learning in the process. And that's important, learning in the process.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you, Darren. What do you have to say about that? I mean, you've got 2 kids. Sorry.
Let's not bring it over here, Nilushi. Right, but I'd like to go back to the scores. Black Flyers. Yes, I mean, they're doing,
Yeah.
and then we've got
Suicide Squid.
Yeah, they're
My
close.
gosh, like catching up.
Yeah, but not sure what happened to those bad guys. Probably
Bad boys.
Bad boys. So probably they're on their way. Let's see. Hackton. They also
Got a new team.
Yeah,
Just come on to the top 5. Acton in the 4th place.
4th place, and we have Eagle Warriors. So it's all interesting, but still, I have seen what we can see from the results is that.
I hope you all can see the results on screen.
So can we have the results on screen as well for a moment? And
give us a minute till our technical team sorts out that. Yes, Marcelo.
While your team brings up the screen again, the number of points, points are calculated in according to various criteria. Lawrence and Ali mentioned earlier that obviously the first to answer correctly, sets and gets a credit. The number of attempts is sometimes calculated, other times it's not calculated. It depends on actually what is the rationale around measuring that particular task. But the way we are going to see them later at the brief, we'll also assess specific capabilities in answering, in addressing a specific task. So, very valid questions, which I would leave to the brief. The performance metrics that the sub-ranges collect throughout the exercise are very comprehensive. And I'm sure that everyone will appreciate when when the challenge is over. Obviously, the challenge is over when the time is up. There will be some teams that will probably have completed all their tasks, probably answering correctly all the time, sometimes making mistakes. So there is also a weighted performance results to be considered. I would say, let's be patient and see how things perform, and then we'll have our own considerations. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear us now, Master?
I can now.
Can you?
Not before.
Right, okay. So we've got 51 teams on board now at the moment.
Started off with 45.
45, and I think probably there were a few difficulties, or not sure what has happened from their end, but we still see. But like Mr. Marsler said, I don't see much of people complaining about any sort of technical issues much.
Yes.
Because this is what the platform is all about, and that has been very smooth. And this is one of the reasons we didn't want to bring out many players in, because what we want to make sure is that every player has
Equal round, yes.
equal round, and also there's no delays and all that. So far it's all been good.
So we'd actually like to thank Cyber Rangers once again for coming on board with us. Thank you, Master and the team. It's been delightful to have you on board. And
certainly, looking back, I don't want to say, but it was just a phone call that just took this to this, and I'm very glad that experiencing this, and I'm sure the players are happy, because this is something that we host every year, Nilushi, and we've seen that enthusiasm during our cybersecurity week is something that everyone asks for.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, a little curiosity, without mentioning names, that at this very moment in time, while we are running your challenge, we have another big event occurring on our platform. So the platform can support large-scale exercises at any given time. And that obviously affects positively the way the technology is deployed to support each event in concurrency with others. The power of the technology that you are experiencing and the teams are experiencing is at this moment supporting also other stakeholders of other challenges and other exercises and other trainings. So the small glitches in onboarding or are part of the organization. The way team leads are managing their team, the team members. The clarity. The language. Let's put it that also. Let's. Can cause some barriers, but all in all, we are working. We are looking at participants, performing well, and with confidence in what is a real life work scenario.
Of course, I think it's been a good run so far. We've almost not had glitches at all, to be very honest. So thank you, Master. Thank you once again.
Master, I would like to throw out a question to you. Now, this is on our live. We have streamed live on our Facebook and our YouTube. Right? If this is possible from your end, or else we could give an answer.
What is the question again?
What are the most SEC certification programs? So this is by one of the participants probably following a live stream on Facebook. So that's a question to us. What are your thoughts on it?
Let me go on your Facebook page, which I have in another window, and I'll tell you live what is happening. So again, the question is how they're performing.
Marcelo, more along the sides of it, not directly related to the question, I would say, but what are the cybersecurity courses? They want to know what are the cybersecurity courses that you would recommend.
So it's more about the certification. So they want to know what's the.
Yes, we have a number of courses that lead to specific job profiles. Obviously,
Yes.
ethical hack is one of the most popular ones, but incident responders and compliance for the more management-oriented pathways. The activities that we have on cyber ranges can be parts of structured courses, leading also to specific certifications. We work also with major certification bodies to recognize obviously the work towards certificates. So it depends very much on what is the pathway, and also what is the experience of people coming to asking a question.
Security.
Thank you for that. Nilushi, now I would pose out the same question to you. What are your thoughts? Now, this person is really interested, so we're not sure his background, right? So
You're putting me in trouble, darling.
certainly not.
I mean, what we are looking here is incident response capability. So from a training point of view, you have a SOC level 1, intermediate level 2, and advanced level 3. Then obviously, if you put management courses on top, you have a SOC management. It is a very varied approach, and that is why as cyber rangers and SilentSec, and again within the activities that we are co-chairing in EXO, for instance, we have started putting strong emphasis on top abilities, i.e., what are the abilities, what is the competence that people need to have in order to perform well in a specific job. And these are questions that employers ask all the time. There has been a lot of emphasis on this skill shortage. But what skills shortage actually means is twofold. On one side, we do not have enough people. On the other side, we do not have enough people with the right competence, with the right talent for the new things that digital transformation is bringing along. Another point, the emphasis is not on knowledge, is not on how to, that can be learned very quickly at uni or during trainings, but it's actually the practice, regular practice to develop that expertise that makes a CV more compelling. In our own company, when we advertise for a position, we have sometimes hundreds and hundreds. The last time 600 applications, 600 CVs are coming through. Now, sieving through 600 CVs in order to identify the right candidates for our SOC, it's a big effort. It's big management time being consumed. So what we do, and it's our own experience, we put people on the Cyber Rangers platform. We give them scenarios which have been identified by the operational managers and by senior management. And the candidates that go through those exercises then gets invited to interview. And we go from 600 candidates to 20. At that point, handling 20 is much easier. But we have already candidates that will have proven their worth for the objectives of our company. So for us, focusing on top 10 abilities becomes very, very important. And I think many organizations out there will want to appreciate this big difference between knowledge and skills in actual abilities to perform. And this ability to perform that Cyber Rangers, as a sandbox environment to practice on, provides.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So thank you, Maslow. We are trying to get one of our CISO,
A veteran in the industry.
Sujit Christie, a well-known personality, probably in South Asia or in Asia.
Actually, not just Asia, but I would say worldwide.
Worldwide, yes. So we're trying to have him on board just to have his thoughts on this hacking challenge as well. So we will keep everyone posted as soon as he gets in.
So till he joins, let's have a look at the scoreboard again. So guys, if we can have it on screen, that would be brilliant.
So there has been a change. Now, this is interesting.
Very interesting. To read the names also, actually.
Yeah, Black Flyers are there, but we've seen new two teams who have come on board.
Oh my gosh.
And Express, certainly they are with 1,910 points.
And in par with Express, I would say. Yes. Dallin is a team that I cannot read the name of. So it's 7R4C3R. My gosh.
Honestly, would like to know the meaning behind.
It spells out tracer.
Now he's reading, Ali. I can see the word now.
Yeah,
I needed a clue.
That's basically that's what they call elite language. So whenever you're part of an elite group, that's how it would be written.
Thank you, and
thank you, Ali.
But please join in. We join in and have discussions with us. It'll be always nice. So we've got 52 teams. Ali, we've got another team who have just joined in. So it's all interesting.
Very interesting.
But I hope if they do have any problems with the platforms, if they have any sort of clarifications or any doubts to be cleared, please reach out on the Discord channel that's been given, so that there are technical guys who can always help you with this. But
so getting back to the scoreboard, we've got Fraser and Express who are head-to-head here, and then we've got Black Flyer, Sky Warriors, and Black Flyer.
Yeah.
1,610 points.
And Nilushi, something that I see is that when it comes to Black Flyers, they've not got anything wrong. That's interesting.
Yes.
They've not had any wrong attempts.
And the best part is it's Black Flyers as well as Black Flyer.
Oh, there's two.
Yes.
Right. So both of them in par. And interestingly, they've not got anything wrong. So they've been very accurate with their answers. Well done to you guys. So let's see how the challenge goes on. We've not had anyone with penalties, so which is a good thing. And so, guys, if you have any questions, if you have any issues, reach out to us. Yes.
And so far, good stuff going on.
Yes, and certainly. So Ali, what are your thoughts and how do you find this? And your thoughts on our guys'
the progress, I would say.
I mean, it's really good progress, and it's really interesting to see how people are progressing now. What would be really interesting is to find out which one of these groups are actually the professionals and who are the students.
Definitely. My gosh, we're also looking forward to that. So.
And even last year, I think one of the winners was one or two of them. So we've seen the shift where students coming forward and being more enthusiasm in taking part in competition.
Having said that, at no point in time are we actually undermining professionals.
No, we aren't. We aren't, Nilushi. But we're just encouraging students who have come out. And we also tell our professionals, but we also understand the time factors, work, sometimes balancing things is always challenging, as we all know. But we've certainly got, it's 60-40, so
yes,
which is a good.
Strange.
But I've not seen any team that's registered with women.
Darling, we are an integral part of society. We are in those teams. We don't necessarily have to come in as a separate team. It's all about inclusivity.
Certainly, I agree, Nilushi. But it's always nice. I think something that we need to work on and promote.
For sure.
And I think
we'd like to see more women in cybersecurity. I know locally also we've got quite a few.
Tyron, it looks like you don't necessarily agree with me. Do you have any?
No, I certainly do. We do have a lot of people in, but it's important that we want people to be part of this challenge too.
For sure, for
And I think we should encourage. And I know there's a lot of efforts that's been put in by Sri Lanka CERT, the other bodies like
ISACA,
ISIS Squared. But it's important. It's important that we
and SLASCOM as well, I believe. They've got
certainly.
the programs running to encourage women to come into the field of cybersec. And believe me, we've got quite a few people here at CERT, and we've got quite a few people representing quite high positions in top organizations as well, women. So we encourage more women to come on board onto this field of cybersecurity, because we need your presence, we need your say there as well. So with that dialogue,
If I may add
yes.
onto that, in terms of
Yes, please, Ali.
So in terms of gender equality, etc., there should be no reason whatsoever that women should feel that they're not welcome into this field. I mean, it's predominantly, if you look at it historically, it has been a male-dominant field, but that's no longer the case. Over the past 5 to 6 years, it's definitely been changing.
Definitely. The landscape is.
So I'm trying to get. He is the current ISIS Squared president.
Sri Lanka chapter.
Yes, of the Sri Lankan Colombo chapter. Sujit Christie, we're trying to have him on board and to have his thoughts on this challenge.
Just give us a few minutes. Try to connect him.
That we're trying to get him on board. So we see this change in the score levels. And I think Tracer are still leading with 2,000.
I think Express and Tracer were head to head there. The scores were they were in par, but Tracer's gone ahead now.
Certainly.
And we see another change. So we have Blackfriars, Sky Warriors, and Sky Heroes who've come on to the top 5. A refreshing change, I would say. My gosh, we were a lot of people related to flying and I don't know, Sky. What's going on here?
We got to figure that out,
Yes.
Niluchi. Let's see who they are and.
But Express and Tracer.
Yeah, let's see whether they are professionals or they're from students, or let's see what's behind those flyers soon.
So this sort of exercise is always fun to see who can actually defend better or who can actually get the answers quicker. My preference comes down to actually when we turn this into a cyber warfare ground, where basically everybody gets to attack everybody. And then there are certain rules, gentleman type rules, where you don't do this or you don't do that. However, there will be a lot of interesting scenarios like that we're building currently. And I think people will enjoy that as well, because then it's no longer that everybody has their own machine, but everybody's then let loose on this gigantic range, and you basically attack each other and see who gets to claim more of the other's infrastructure.
For sure. We should try to have a cyber warfare challenge next.
Certainly, that's interesting. Maybe something that we can look at. Yeah.
Sure. So guys, I think we have Mr. Christie on board also, but we're encountering a few technical glitches at the moment. So bear with us for a few minutes.
Maslow and Ali, I hope you guys are with us. And we've got a well-known person.
A veteran in the industry, not just this person, I would say, is not just a veteran or is not just a well-known personality in Sri Lanka, but in South Asia. Maybe not in South Asia, but I would, yeah,
around the world, certainly.
Around the world,
And
for sure.
so we want to welcome him. He is here, and he's Sujit Christie.
Other than
Sujit Christie. And we also want to congratulate him for being appointed as the current president of IC2.
Thank you.
I think there is a bit of
when you say current president, Zaran, I think what we've overlooked is he is actually the person who brought down this whole concept of this ISSP, IC2 down to Sri Lanka. So, sir, we greatly appreciate your efforts, and we are very, very glad to have you here with us. And congratulations on your new appointment. We wish you all the very best.
So, Maslow, this is Sujit Christie. We have him, and he's visible. And so, Sujit, how do you see this in Sri Lanka, sir? Now, we've had 53 teams who are being part of this hacking challenge. And looking at the participants, 60% of them are students and 40% are professionals. So what is your thought?
Right. Alan, before I give my comments, first and foremost, I want to thank you for your kind words, both you and Doshi. I'm touched by your kind gesture inviting me and sharing so many good, kind words. It's much appreciated. Maslow, thank you for your contribution. You have just, you have contributed a significant, what do I say? I mean, I would say it's very significant for Sri Lanka for you to be here with the Sri Lankan security community. And it's not an event. I would say you're just planting several seeds so that it can blossom into a very enriching experience for all Sri Lankans. So thank you for partnering with Sri Lanka CERT and making this event a great one. And it's just not a glitter, but I'm sure this is going to enrich us going forward. So Darren, coming to your question, what does this mean to Sri Lanka? I see it in a very, very positive note, because this is not an initiative which just happened overnight, right? So we've been doing this event over, this is the 14th year, if I guess it right? It's 14 years. So I would also like to say, I just missed only one event in these 14 years, right? So I've been part and parcel of this event for 13 years, right? In some way or the other, right? But coming back to the composition, the students and the professional, it's good to see the students taking a lot of interest in this space, right? So the way I see it is the world is full of applications. The world is driven by applications, and there will be vulnerabilities. There will be, there is a need to continuously identify and fix. So the professionals being part of this, the students being part of this, I see this as an opportunity for both the students and the professionals to do a status check and also do a knowledge share. From a country perspective, from an organization perspective, we not only need people who can do bug bounty, but we also need people who can identify, do red teaming exercises. Then we also need people who can be the defenders of networks and systems. So we need to cater to that need. It's not just a need for Sri Lanka, but it is a regional need. It is a global need. So I guess this platform will provide everybody to understand the ethical values. I think it's very important for me to emphasize while we do these challenges, there is competition, but the knowledge which we gain should only be used for ethical purposes, right? It is only from a defense perspective, and also to build a secure platform. So I wish Sri Lanka CERT, Cyber Rangers, and all the participants here, for taking time to compete in this competition. And I wish you all the best. Dalan, Ilushi, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sujit. I mean, thank you for your kind words. And certainly you have been part and parcel of Sri Lanka,
Instrumental, I would say.
certainly right from the beginning, going back to history, and people know about this. So we thank you for coming on board. It was just a call, just a quick
away,
call, and
as
you were
always.
here. So thank you so much. And Maslow, so do you have any questions to Mr. Sujit, or Sujit, do you have any questions to Maslow? We can always, it's you connecting for the first time. And the next challenge that we want to do, Ms. Sujit, now we want to, because we've had an overwhelming response by a hacking challenge, and people have been asking, can we not have another challenge? So Maslow was very kind enough to agree from his perspective. They said, yes, Dylan, we have another challenge again. And we would also like to have eCSW on board with us.
For sure.
They've taken a lot of initiative, and we see your plans ahead for this year, Sujit. So we would like to have that challenge happening somewhere next year, hopefully. Any thoughts on that, Maslow or Sujit? Was there anything that you'd like to share or say?
I will let Maslow comment first, and then I will follow up. Maslow, over to you.
Marcelo, I think you're on mute.
Of course, I've done it again. I'm running out of tea at the moment. So I will have to brew again another teapot. No, what I'm saying is thank you. It's been a pleasure to meet you, Sujit, on this occasion. And I look forward to more opportunity to collaborate. I was very, very much interested in your reference to country, regions, world in terms of collaboration. This is a very pan global perspective to cybersecurity and collaboration. We know that the ITU is working very hard to plan for the next global cyber drill that is going to run online again this year, very soon, actually, starting next week for a couple of weeks. So I think this regional cooperation and inter-regional international collaboration is a very nice point on which I would welcome your views.
Thank you, Maslow, and I fully agree with you. I think we've reached a point where we can't function in isolation. So I think it's the international collaboration is the essence of time, right? So we need to get that going. And because we also need to learn from each other, because every situation is different. And I think every situation presents a new opportunity, a new challenge. So as Alan said, I'm excited personally. I'm very excited to, have the next challenge. Maybe we can, get into a planning mode soon after these exercises done, and then see how we can actually take this to another level where it can be mutually rich, rewarding exercise for you as an individual, but as an organization as well. Because I think only when there is not just a compliment, but I think when there is a benefit which actually gets rewarded at the end of the day. And I think that relationship is going to be sustained. And I think I'm looking forward from that perspective where both parties and all parties, right, tri-party or whatever, how many parties, whichever is going to get involved, I think there has to be a benefit which we can say, okay, we did this, we gained out of this. This is how we would look at it. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the dates to be announced next year, where we can actually do it in a much more grander scale. So IC2 Colombo chapter is committed to this mission.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That's a bit of a responsibility passed on to me now, asking for the dates. But certainly, we will try out with Maslow, looking at their availability, and then we will certainly try and get your dates very soon. Now, at the same time, we
He's the CEO of Cyber Rangers.
Cyber Rangers, and very humble person. And he's also with us here, and hope he can hear us too.
Yes, I think Al is joining. He has been caught in. This is a typical when Al is somewhere, he always gets taken in all directions. So I will reach out to him and drag him to say a quick welcome. Let me drag him out of his latest unforeseen daring commitment. Okay.
Sure.
Soon. Yeah.
Sure. We'll wait. And Sujit, now I'm sure you have your plans, and we do want to congratulate everyone who has been appointed as a new board for the year 2021 and 22. So Sujit, what is a message that you want to professionals, to students, and for members who are not part of IC Squared? Oh, and there was a question. Let me share this with you as well. There is a question on Facebook that has been posted. The person is more interested in asking what is the best certificate out there? What's the best certification? What he could do to do well in this career? I know that's one of the challenging things that we always see, but what is your thoughts?
Okay, you had two questions there. So let me answer the first one first and the second one second. Right? The first one, in terms of what is my message to the community? I would like everybody to get involved with the chapter, right? Both the credential holders and the non-credential holders, because this is a journey. We can't do it alone, right? I mean, I've personally seen this over several years, and even right now, when we talk about the CSW 2021, it's a collaborative effort. Right. It is so. I would like to extend an invitation for those people who are not yet members of the Colombo chapter to join the Colombo chapter. There's a gentleman by name Kanishka Yapa who drives the membership. He's responsible for the membership. Then I have Chaminda Saraviratna, who is responsible for events and training. So he will be more, member facing, where he's trying to, get a collaborative mode to get people involved in delivering the training and the events. Then I also have Ines Fernando, who is responsible for coordinating all the publicity and the media activities, right? Then I also have Shihan Savio, who is responsible for the finances. So he's supposed to keep track of all the money we collect, the money we spend. But right now, I think the plans what we have, we need a lot of money, right? So we can't do that alone. So we are also looking out for partners who can sponsor, become sponsors and be part of our initiatives. Then last but not the least, the person who binds everyone together is the secretary, Lasanta Priyankara. So he takes care of all the administrative functions. So he coordinates all the meetings and he keeps all the records up to date. So though I have mentioned these few names, we also have an initiative which we are focusing on bringing in the gender, bringing the gender neutrality or equality, right? So we would want to drive women in cybersecurity, right? And women in cybersecurity was a point of discussion in ISC Squared in the US several years ago, right? And then when I was part of the ISC Squared Chennai chapter, we had a few events in that respect, right? Getting the ladies involved. So we want to see how we can actually drive this initiative industry-wide, collaborate with industry partners, so that we can bring more people into the industry. One. Second is while we talk about several initiatives, we need people to work in committees. We need people who can actually join hands with us and take the initiatives forward. Now, for example, when I talk about media alone, I have Ines sitting there and coordinating all the social media platforms, but we need people who can create content, who can coordinate, who can manage different social media platforms. If I talk about Chaminda Senaviratnam, he's talking about training. So we're talking about several types of training. So we need people who can actually come on board, help coordinate all these events, take it forward. So we are also looking at, working with the universities. We are also looking at, taking the message across to the schools. So where we would like to involve the students so that it is not an add-on in their life, but it becomes part and parcel of their life, right? So it's an industry-wide collaborative effort which we are looking at, and we need people to join hand with us, right? Be it members, be it credential holders, be it members of other societies, because we'd like to also see, how we can collaborate, right? So where we can complement. So that's a message which I would like to, share in this forum. Then the other question was, which is the best certification, right? And it's, I think I need to be politically right. I will give an answer for this, right? So I guess it is purely dependent on what is the career you aspire to, go after, or you want to, do you want to be a specialist in risk and compliance? Then you need to look at, what is that skill sets you can actually have to fulfill that job, and what is that certification will give you that domain knowledge, right? If you want to be in audit and control, if you want to be an assurance professional, then you need to look at a certification which will give you that credentials, maybe CISA from ISACA, right? But if you want to be a cybersecurity professional and you want to be consulting to different organizations, be a CISO, then I would say, you should be looking at the CISSP credentials. But if you're an IT professional, right, and you're a networking professional, you're an administrator, but your role now requires you to take care of the cybersecurity aspects as well. So then there are transition courses, right? Or you can transition into a security role by doing SSCP, or from ISACA, you have the cyber secure, what is that called? Ilushi, what is the certification you all have? For
Cybersecurity essentials and cybersecurity.
essentials. Yes. So there are courses there as well, right? So you need to pick and choose what is the certification which will help you to achieve your objectives and also complement the requirements of your respective organization, because that is also important. Because you also need to understand what is your organization trying to achieve in terms of the compliance, in terms of the security practices, and look at those courses which you need to do so that you can, become a domain expert in that particular field. Having said that, you also need to have a fair knowledge about what are the different technologies which are available in the market. How are the technologies evolving now? Just before the COVID, we're probably talking about on-prem, having everything in our data center. But post-COVID, in the new normal, we are talking about how do we be agile? How do we be resilient? So what technologies can give you the ability for you to be agile and resilient? So is the cloud the way to go, or are you looking at a hybrid cloud or hybrid environment? So you need to understand what the vendors are building, what new products are coming into the market. And I think if you speak to Marcelo, he would tell the amount of new innovations which Israel is bringing to the market, right, as part of the startups, right? So we would also like to see how we as Sri Lankans can collaborate with Israel and see whether we could actually seed a few startups in the cybersecurity product development space, because that's an initiative which SLASCOM is endeavoring, right? They want to see how do we build products which can be sold in the global market or solve global problems. So
Absolutely.
The journey is not a lone drive, right? It's we got to go together because we got to go far. It's a race. If I have to come first, I can run fast. So this is just me. But it's not about a race. It is a journey which we are embarking. So we all have to go together. Yeah. Marcelo, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Sunjit, you highlighted the great importance of professional community dimension, the networking. No man in cyber can afford to be an island. Cybersecurity, in order to be effective, has to be a joint effort. Cybersecurity professionals need to understand what are the objectives of their clients and employers, and obviously understand the directions they want to develop in according to those requirements. I think interestingly, the digital transformation is opening up opportunities to job roles and technologies that may not be already fully defined. To give you a straightforward answer, to give people a straightforward answer, we know that some university degrees are getting aligned with certifications, but it's all about what is it that people want to do, and what are the, again, abilities that they need, or transferable competencies as well, that they need to have in order to perform in job roles that are not completely defined, and for which it's not important what you do, but what you can pick up along the way. And again, I think that it's practicing and keeping a close eye about how things develop is as important as choosing a certification straight away. Certifications can come to ratify a developmental course, and that's where the network, your peer network, a person's peer network, can certainly help further.
Absolutely, Marcelo. You spoke about the competency. I think it's not something people can acquire overnight. It is a journey. You learn certain things yourself. You collaborate with your peers. You pick certain things. So it actually, you become better and better every day.
Yes.
So whereas the certifications will demonstrate to your peers, your prospective employers, or even your current employers that you have the minimum required knowledge of that specific domains is demonstrated through those certifications. Because at the end of the day, I think what we all trying to say is you need to understand why certain things are done in a certain way. Because when we have a problem, when you have to put a fire out, there are many ways you can put a fire out. But what is the right way of doing it? What is the best efficient way of getting the fire extinguished in the shortest possible time?
Yes, we can set some guidelines.
Yeah.
But every situation calls for an element of ingenuity and creativity.
Absolutely.
And that is equally important.
It is important.
To develop.
Absolutely. Because there is also, I've seen conversations where people say, okay, certifications are not relevant. If you have the right experience, you can do it. But then if I were to take the same analogy to the fields such as the healthcare industry, right? You and I too can be doctors, because we know that we can take Panadol when you have a slight fever, right? Or you can probably go and get a medicine over the counter from the pharmacist. So the pharmacist becomes a doctor. Does that mean that he understands your full medical history, your complications? He may not, right? So I guess while I agree we need to get in there and address certain requirements in the short term, but in the long term, we need to build that competency so that, that people understand why we are doing certain things. Because if I were to give you a simple example, because sometimes people say, oh, we just need to have this AAA server deployed. And sometimes it's just, parroting that word, A. So, but why do you need to do that? What is that we're trying to achieve out of it? That only comes from reading the theory.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
At some point in time, you need to understand, okay, this is the rationale why we want to have that, so that we will achieve certain controls, effective controls being deployed using that technology. So that's the point of view I'm actually bringing in. So while you can gain your industry experience, but at some point in time, you need to also, demonstrate your competencies and the domain knowledge. Marcelo, over to you. Looks like both of us are going to have a conversation.
I would like to bring into this conversation our Chief Technology Officer, George Nicolau, George Nicolaou is also a co-founder of our company and is one of the driving forces behind Cyber Rangers and Cyber Rangers Clever Technology. But he's also a very, what I call it, inspirational exercise coordinators like Ali on this occasion today. I see that he's connected to WebEx, and I hope that he can pick up this invitation to join in this discussion. George, are you there?
Maslow?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we welcome him. Along with that, I've got another surprise for you both. I've got Madhu Ratnayaka. He's an Executive Vice President, Chief Information Officer, General Manager of Virtusa, and also a Board of Directors of Sri Lanka CERT. We'll welcome you as well, and he's
hi.
with us.
Hey, hi, everyone. Hey, Sujit.
Hi, Madhur. Hi. Great to
Hey, hi,
see you
Marcelo.
on this. Yes.
Thanks for Marcelo. Thanks for giving your platform to us, and really appreciate that. I know you came in to rescue at the last moment, so thank you so much for that.
You're very welcome, sir.
Great. Who's winning now?
Okay, that's a good question. So far, let me give you a quick update on the scores. So just trying to refresh the screen and okay. So can we have it? Can you share that on the screen, please? Yes. So we have Express, and they've certainly come up. So they're leading with 3,710 marks score. That's a score. And then we have Dyer. So that's 2,810.
That's a new team that has come up.
Certainly, and I'm not sure what happened to the guys who have been leading. They're there at the 4th and 5th place. But we've seen 3 new teams who have come forward, and certainly Express is with a lead, I would say, closer to...
It's quite a significant lead, I would say.
Certainly.
It's my goal.
And we aren't sure whether they will leave that for the end. But what we can see is that we can see the change because it's not the same teams who have been dominating. We've seen the change, and we've seen new people coming right to the top. So which is pretty much interesting.
So you have 2 charts. Which one should we be looking at?
The first one, the top 5 participants score, the score.
Right.
The next chart explains about the attempts that they made. So looking at black flyers, they've not made any wrong attempts. So that's very interesting. But still, they were leading, but right now they're at the 5th. Taken 3 wrong attempts, but leading. So sometimes it's always better you try certain things than, yeah.
So we have Fraser here as well, and we have another new team, Elise, if I'm not wrong, who's come to the top 5. We'll see. With time, we've seen this changing. There were a lot of flyers here on board, I would say, who were leading about an hour ago, but the scenario has entirely changed, and we have Express leading. So with that, let's get back to our
conversation. And also, Maslow, we hope that your CIO, is he also in? Is he connected? Is he with us?
Hi, everyone.
Right, George, welcome. And we've got Sujit Christie, CISO Subsecretary Advisor from Sri Lanka. And then we've got Madhu Ratnayaka, one of our board directors. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hi, George. Hi, George. Thanks for joining.
Monitoring the score as well. I believe slow and steady usually wins the race. From the looks of it, Black Flyers are slowly gaining some points. Although Express has had a good success so far. So, I mean, to be honest, we don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, one team might just unlock something and figure out what's going on, and then when all pieces fall into place, they might be able to realize and answer the questions.
Absolutely. It's never done once till it's done, I guess.
Madhu, we have a question for you, and something that we also asked Sujit, but we would like to have your thoughts on this. Now, we've seen out of the teams that have registered for this hacking challenge, the most proportion is students, 60% of them are, whereas professionals are 40%. And we've seen students, even in a previous challenges where they have actually been been the winners of the challenges as well. So how do you see this? And being in the industry, and what are your thoughts?
I think if you have more students than professionals, the future is bright. You have more people coming in.
Definitely.
And we have a huge talent shortage. So I'm really happy to hear that we have more students coming in, and I hope one of them will win. And yeah, I mean, it's an exciting field, and there's a lot we have to do. You know, the whole world, as you guys know, is going digital. I'm sure Sujit and Marcelo may have already spoken about this. I think we have a huge responsibility to keep things safe, right? So, and there is a global shortage of talent in this space. So it's great to see more students coming in. And I think the big responsibility, the professionals who are already in the field, is to really mentor and support and give a helping hand to some of the newcomers. So it's great to see that tilt. I hope a lot of these guys will help us drive the focus going forward around the world. So it's great. It's great to see that, and I think it's a great sign.
Thank you for your comments. And guys, we do want to remind you that we've got exciting prizes. I'm not sure whether this is one of the things, but we've got exciting things to give away. So, and we've got another 4 hours for the challenge.
4 hours left.
We have 4 hours left, but we've got 54 teams. I mean, we've had 56 registered and 54 of them have turned out. So that's something, that's also a good thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a really good turn-up of events, because we actually started off with 45 teams initially, and to see them grow and to see them actually come up in scores as well, even though they joined late, is, I think, a great achievement, because they're really managing the time. It's I know it's quite a tough challenge, but looking at the attempts they've made and looking at the progress they've made so far, brilliant. I think looks good for Sri Lanka, as in.
Certainly, Nilushi, and we should be thanked to have such a great platform, next gen platform, and we've not had people much complaining about any sort
We haven't had any technical glitches.
Yes. Any final thoughts, Madhu?
Any comments from the participants? Have you seen anybody coming live? I'd love to hear how they feel.
Right. No, we've not actually. There was one question, but we did.
I think they're very busy with the challenge, so they're very focused. We haven't had a lot of questions being raised, to be very honest. But let's see.
Let's see if there's anything on Facebook Live.
Maybe after the challenge is over, we could just do one round and get their thoughts in terms of what was their experience.
Absolutely, we count on that. It actually, this is a message, obviously, for all panelists, but also for the participants. During the debrief, we'll also have a feedback questionnaire, a very short one, to understand exactly how the experience has been, and if they want to see more, considering that we are going for a second challenge later this year or beginning next. Obviously, we want to learn as well, how to make the experience greater fun or greater difficulty if they haven't been enough challenged. One thing that I would like to comment to offer to the panel discussion is the topic of threat intelligence. I would like to have my colleague Ali's views on this more and more important focus in the industry. So the ability to understand, from the climate and from the circumstances and from the context, when a threat, when the cloud and the storm is brewing, and attention needs to be paid to specific to specific signs, if you like. Ali, would you like to share some views as a lead threat analyst?
Sure. I mean, I've been working within the threat intelligence landscape, let's say, for quite a few years now. And essentially what you do based on the industry that you're in, you like to monitor certain events and campaigns that are ongoing based on your industry. So let's say if you're working in let's say a critical infrastructure, then you'd be monitoring certain groups and their activities. So that comes down really to experience and the threat feeds that you have and the intelligence that you can find. So essentially, even for what we're doing right now, the APT-40 scenario, I'm constantly researching, finding out what different groups are doing. And then based on that, based on certain attacks, we build these scenarios as well, which then helps to prepare people for what's coming, or let's say what's coming, of how to defend against it. Because just because you've managed to defend yourself against one certain attack doesn't mean that that specific group doesn't have any other capabilities that they can use to get in.
Thank you, Ali. I think this is a question that has been posed after Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka's comment earlier on students. So, sir, they've wanted to know, you've mentioned about a shortage of cybersecurity professionals in the industry. So I'm assuming this is coming from a student. He wants to know what prospectus does he have if he is to gain, access to the industry. What kind of line can he go in? What are the attributes that you would look for when you are recruiting cybersecurity professionals? So if he is to grow, what kind of what are the areas that he would like? I mean, that you would say that he would need to improve on. I mean, in general. So I'm assuming this is coming from a student, Mr. Ratnayaka, and this is directed at you.
So why don't I ask Marcelo and Sujit to give a expert view, and then I'll add my points, but I'll go after this.
Oh, sure.
Well,
Marcelo,
yeah.
Marcelo, you're on
mute.
Okay, I've done it 3 times now. I think I've done it.
You need to brew your tea faster.
Yes, you need to do it.
And I think it's time that we send out the tea bags.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
tea
that
bags.
we should
I
do.
hope you're having Ceylon tea.
Yeah, the good quality, please. Yeah, we have. There are so many roles in cybersecurity at operational and non-operational level. If we take the background of the people around this virtual table, we got cert roles in coordinations. All the technology sides have an element of security. If we are going to add critical infrastructure, bringing in also physical system security, again we add additional complexity and variety. We have threat analysts. We have defenders of different roles, detection, people that are good at detection, people that are good at response. All the analysis and all the software development. We had George Nicolaou, our CTO, and the Chief Information Officer a few minutes ago. The trainers, the governance, it all depends about what is the true interest of people. I always believe that people have to follow their heart and their mind, and develop accordingly. Is the best way to have a successful career. It is also fair to say that there are some security roles that are low level. Cybersecurity is progressively concentrating also a number of roles which used to belong to facilities or to, IT facilities, IT administration, with a security hat on, if you like. And again, it's all about also about opportunities and showing talent. The beauty of this event, like today's challenge, is to give people a full appreciation of what they are good at and what they could be interested in. It's a matter of opportunities, first of all, and that I think should guide the orientation of any student that is considering or is attracted to cybersecurity.
If I may add on this, so hi George again. The number one point that I think organizations are looking for in students who want to get into information security is thirst for knowledge. Because like Marcello said, information security has become so complex. So it's not like it was 10, 15 years ago. Nowadays, you have so many systems, so much complexity that even the smaller branches, let's say, of information security have given birth to entire industries. And I'm speaking about even incident response, for example, or running a simple security operations center cannot be done within one unit. So you have, I'm not going to say a myriad of job positions, but you have a very large number of specialties that need to be honed, that need to be learned. And most of these things you're not going to learn only in school. You have to get some industry experience for that. You have to be trained on like a specific type of, let's say, a specific type of malware that you want to do analysis on. So most organizations nowadays are looking for this. They're looking for people that have the thirst of knowledge. They're looking for people that if you give them something to learn, they're going to learn it end to end. And I believe that's what students also need to show to these organizations.
So just to add to what Marcelo and George said, I think we are at a very interesting point where we have requirements locally, as well as there are requirements globally. So the biggest challenge we see is, are we going to take somebody and say, okay, this is what I need you to do, and get him to do something which he or she may not like? Or are we in a position to look at what their interests and create? So I think that's the point which Marcelo was trying to highlight. So it has become more complex, and it will continue to become more complex. So I think what Madhu and the rest of the team, /com and various other organizations in Sri Lanka are also trying to do is to take this knowledge creation right to the schools and the universities, so that by the time they come to the industry, they would have sufficient basic knowledge in terms of what is information security, what is cybersecurity, what is threat intel, and so on and so forth. So they can actually then, they are in a position to pick and choose in terms of where they would want to position themselves or grow into a career where they'll become experts in their domain. Like, I mean, if again, I would like to quote the medical industry, right? So there are generalists, there are specialists. The cybersecurity industry also would evolve into something of that nature. So we would have people who are like George here, or Ali, we were talking about experts, threat intelligence. So that's a specialist domain. So I guess the students out here or people who are on this call or who probably will be listening into this recording at a later point in time, look at what is coming naturally to you and make it part of your career. So then you're not working actually. So you're living your passion. Madhu, over to you.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's very, very key that you're passionate about the industry, and then you're really getting into because you want to make a career out of it. And I think I follow the sentiment Marcelo and Sujit talk about. I think few things to add to that. One, it's a rapidly changing space, right? So I think it's very crucial that people stay up to date, current, understand what's going on, stay connected. Threats evolve rapidly, and bad guys are most often more advanced than the good guys, right? So you have to obviously stay ahead of the curve and really build into be part of that network and be connected and learn very rapidly. That's one quick thing I think you have to do. And the second, I think there's also a lot of opportunities, really, even to invent and come up with new products. It's one of those spaces that there's a lot of innovation ahead of us, right? It's not done yet, and there's a lot of opportunity for set up a operation, come up with a product idea. There's so many gaps, and every day there's new things are being discovered, right? So it's some of you who are starting off, just think about that as well. You may figure out a problem that can be solved, scalable problem that can be solved with some technology, and I think that's probably a good time to do that as well, because there's so many areas that cyber can evolve into, right? And so if you want to be an entrepreneur,
Madhu, allow me to comment here. It's a very valid point, and that's where a sandbox environment like Cyber Rangers can help. There are several use cases that cyber ranging technology can address. We know about training, we know about cyber drills and exercises, but we know about also proof of concept, technology testing, the ability for a platform also to integrate technologies, that commercial technologies, but also technologies being experimented in order to understand the organizational implications and the infrastructural implications that a new technology can pose. Another point, Cyber Rangers gives you the ability to replicate the target infrastructure to the level of fidelity that you want to achieve in the replica, so that this testing can be done safely without involving the live production environment, because sometimes the live productions environment cannot be touched. Try to think about a nuclear power station system or an oil pipeline. You might not have the chance to play with those things, but if you replicate and you simulate those infrastructures, at that point you can also study and do research in order to develop a next technology or a next procedure, a next playbook that your organizations may require in order to tackle a particular security situation. It's a very valid point. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point, Marcelo. I think more often than not, finding the platform to be able to play with this sandbox to play with is probably a big challenge, right? So it's great to have that access, and once again, thanks for providing your platform to us. And to kind of last comment on the on whoever who's looking for opportunities, as Christy said, there is a lot of opportunities, right? There is any of you guys are interested, I can help you with quite a bit of that. So if you're interested, please ping me on LinkedIn. We can connect up, and I can hook you up with some opportunities that's coming our way. So looking forward to connecting with you off the session. Maybe just put Hacking Challenge on your message when you connect, and I'll be happy to connect you up with things that we are doing and some of the opportunities that's I'm in front of.
Thank you, everyone. And I think thank you, Mark, generous and putting out an open invitation for those who are looking for opportunities. And I think that's really exciting.
Just a quick question. Sorry, Darren.
Yes.
Marcelo kind of sparked a bit of thought in the platform. And also I see comment from Nicholas around the quality of the participants. Have you seen, Marcelo, your platform being used for hiring and people trying to use this? I want to, when you're going to hire if you are running a circus, when you want to hire a juggler, you want to see them juggle before you hire them, right? And how do you make sure that when you hire a cyber guy, can we use your platform to do things like that?
Yes, yes. One of the use cases is exactly talent identification and career orientation, and therefore HR selection processes. I was mentioning earlier about our own experience in terms of when we recruit for instance a SOC position. We have hundreds of applications, how you handle hundreds of CVs without spending management time. And it's not just the HR specialist, but also the head of SOC that needs to go through and understand. So we have found this very good, practical, effective, time and cost effective, but also very efficient in terms of highlighting true talent. It's we first test people on the cyber ranges through scenarios that are pertinent to the job position. And then we pick up the best 20, and then we proceed. It's faster, it's more thorough, and there is no risk of many errors. But this is not a use case that we adopt as technology vendors. We know, for instance, of government entities in countries where they pick up the best intake of their national universities, and in particular for positions and roles or careers in government themselves, in order to give a proper orientation to those students and to understand the quality of the output of universities. They would run kind of regular exercises, selection exercises, and then obviously people are given the opportunity to then consider a specific career in a specific entity within that specific government. And that is very strong. You need a sub-arranging environment. You need the kind of abilities approach that we were identifying. University is very good. They have embedded certifications in their programs. I had to say, based on what I see around, that the use of cyber-range technology in universities is still limited, because in the past, cyber-range technology has been very expensive. Let's not forget the military origin of the technology. But nowadays, with the cloud technology, with the orchestration and automation, we have solutions like ours. We like, obviously, without a lack of modesty, say that is a very good technology, but that's vendor advertising, and I will limit at that. But we think that there is now the opportunity for universities to adopt cyber ranging as a regular part of their curriculum, and not limited simply to a final exercise within their program. They can actually teach and let people practice regularly, so to have a very good output of students from their courses.
That's great. If you allow us, we'll take you up on that offer.
You bet.
All right, awesome.
Right. So we thank all of you for coming on board, especially Sujit Christie with all your schedules, and Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka. We thank you, sir, for your great time. And it has been lovely having you on this challenge.
Thank you for the insight.
Thank you.
Great. Looking forward to the winners. We'll join back later to see where things are. Good luck, everyone.
Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nidoshi. And thank you, Cyber Rangers team, for being here. Madhu, thank you for your insights. And we wish all the participants and contestants the very best. We look forward to engaging with the winners and the emerging security professionals in the industry soon. Over to you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
I think we have Express still leading the way
Leading, and then we've got,
with,
just give us a
I
few
think,
minutes.
Master. Yeah, I mean, Express is still leading the challenge with.
Guys, can we have the score?
Yeah, I think they're still leading with 3-7-10. And then we've got a new team who's come again.
VC, I think.
Yeah,
was
that's
there last time too.
yeah,
Last time we
that's
played.
there. And then Black Flyers, they're still there. They've not gone off. They're
They're putting up a good fight.
yes, third place. Sky
place.
Warriors. They're
Back up. Okay, so
but something that I've seen is that they've taken a wrong attempt. You see, they've tried that.
Black Flyers.
Yeah, so they've done. But that's good. At the end of the day, you want to try and get more points to win the challenge.
And we've got a new team that has come up the island. Max 1.
Oh, yes.
And they're giving a good fight. So
Certainly, certainly. So, guys, keep fighting. You've got another, the time duration is mentioned, around 3 hours or so. Best, we've got the prizes and the certifications and all for you. And we will be here. Guys, so how is it going? Nilushi, where do we stand? What is happening to the competition?
My gosh. So the Flyers are back on track. We've got Black Flyers in the first place with 4,660 points. Oh, I'm sorry. Sky Warriors is right behind them. So I guess they're in par. In par, yeah. And we've got Eagle Warriors.
Warriors all over, but they're not very far behind, are they?
Yes, they're just 4,560. So 100 points, just 100 points behind.
Right.
And so my gosh, so we've got a tie for second place. We've got Eagle Warriors,
Right.
Sky Heroes, and LC.
Right. ETC.
Sorry.
Yeah. So they're on the fifth place.
Sorry, fifth place.
Right. So it's all going good. And the more interesting thing is that I've seen all the 56 teams that were registered are back on track. So we've had a bit of delays in some of the teams joining, but the good thing is everyone is here. So which is all what we expected, and I'm hope that all of them are having a great experience.
We appreciate your enthusiasm.
Certainly.
For sure. I mean, all 56 people coming on board. Brilliant.
So please put us a like on I've shared this. It's going live, and Facebook link on the channel as well. So please share among your friends and family members. And we've got how long for the competition?
We've got 2 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Right. So we've not got a very long time, but so we wish everyone all the best. But if there's any questions, please reach out to us and we're here to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, Marcelo. How do you see the progress?
I think there have been some nice dynamics in the last good hour or so. So I think the teams are performing the way we were expecting, and we'll see how this event is going to close.
Certainly, I see the change because the teams, the teams who have done on away, and we've seen some new names coming on top. So, but
Yeah.
we still see Black Fires and Warriors and spots, so which is interesting to see. There is a good fight.
I would like to have a better understanding about those teams and dig further how and explain the dynamics. But that will be part of the aftermath review. I would say, are they students or the professionals? Is these the students going to take over the professionals? It's a mystery. Yeah.
Interesting, but I think we want to keep that a bit. We want to have that as a surprise, and we don't want to say out. But though we have the information, but I think. So yeah, but not sure about some of them. But let's see. I've not checked into the form just to figure out whether they are professionals or students. But yeah.
We keep it as a surprise, I guess.
Certainly.
We'll see how it goes.
You're on mute.
I see that the tea is still brewing and you haven't had much. So still on mute.
Okay, that's a my fault. I've done it again. I'm incorrigible. Now, what I was saying is I wouldn't put fire under students or professionals by disclosing much about, identity or background of the competing teams. It's better to leave this aura or mystery around their background.
So we'll see how it goes. We've got, I guess, close to 2 hours left. So let's see if it's the professionals who actually win, or is it the students? I think it's not just the teams, but the two groups also that are competing against each other at this point.
At the end of the day, we started at 11 Sri Lankan time. So we said 5. Yeah, so 5 hours would be, 11 and 5 would be 16. So how far? I think what the display indicates the technical time we are keeping the challenge open on the system. So if we either finish when a team has finished, or we finished after the 5 hours allocated for this challenge, or when the system stops. It's very much your call.
Let me just have a discussion with the rest also. So ideally what we thought is Marcelo will have it running for 5 to 6 hours. But looking at their progress, I think most of them are going to finish very soon, or they're head-to-head. So we'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, I'll have a chat with Darren and the team as well, and I'll get back to you on that.
Because we have it's a sold out. We have 56 teams. Actually, if I take myself off, which I entered the lobby just to have a look around, so we have 55 teams, which is basically full audience. Some teams have obviously joined later, so we'll give them a chance to perform. We have set the challenge and the virtual environment so that everyone has got their own infrastructure, and they can literally fight against the system, against the attacks, and defend in the way that is needed. So I think it might well be that some late joiner is going to win the day if
Action time.
the actual they might be faster. There might be that some of the early teams haven't completed, and some of the newcomer. Actually, that has happened at GISEC in early June. This big cybersecurity trade show in the Gulf. And what we saw a completely change of the situation on the leaderboard. And the one team that joined actually a couple of hours later managed to complete all the tasks compared to teams that were, stranded in the middle of nowhere and not able to take the way forward. So a good team dynamic with good allocation of task is probably a good chance to win the day. Organization as well as capability.
I'm sure that sounds very encouraging to the teams that have joined later on as well. So we'll see how it goes. It's still a mystery to us because we see a lot of newcomers coming up the scoreboard as well. So if you look at it, if we have a look at the stats 2 hours ago, some of these teams are not even there. But it's like a threat landscape. It's ever changing. So we'll see how it goes, Marcelo.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, we'll reconnect soon. Okay. Bye now.
Okay. See you.
So Niloshi and Dylan, you will see from the time chart how the dynamics at the top evolved throughout the challenge.
Yes, Marshall. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's visible. Yes.
Yeah, there will be probably an opportunity to talk over when we do the after action review.
Okay.
But I think it will be nice for you to give a bit of information to the participants so that they know what sort of thing is expected during this chat. Two of them could end up with the same score and they might think we are joint winners. So I think a bit of clarification on that, how the analysis is done and how the results will be announced at a later stage is something that we could make it clear at present.
Yeah, absolutely. And this would be also a matter covered by my colleagues in talking about. Let's say at the stage that the platform collects all types of data from the user log on to the user log off. And the leaderboard and the scoring boards refer to specific categories of competencies, task performance, and things like that. If there is a tie, we go and look at the scores more in detail. So, as you know, you can make 5 by doing 1 plus 4, 3 plus 2, 2 plus 2 plus 1. There are different ways to get to the same results. You see that there are people here that have made all good attempts, bad attempts, no failures, things like that. So all those considerations will allow us to grade any situation of tie and come up with an objective decision on how to untie the knot of a tie. I think this time is your round to be mute.
Certainly. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the clarification. And I think we've got 57 teams on board now, one extra. But we hope that everyone is having a good time. So the information has been quite clear. So what we want to reiterate is that the scores, the final winners of the Hacking Challenge will be announced during the conference. And the agenda is there. So if you're not registered yourself, please do register. Unfortunately, you will not be able to be a
the workshops.
Correct.
Because the registration is closed.
No, that's for the workshop.
Yes,
but in terms of the conference, everything will be live streamed on Facebook and hopefully on LinkedIn or YouTube, one of them. So the results will be announced right after the secretary's speech. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Milushi, Dylan,
Yes, Maslow.
just to complete the quick chats on how to untie a tie,
Yeah.
Yes.
one of the main factors remains speed of answer. So the fastest to answer correctly a specific questions will get the weight for that answer. So that is also done automatically.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that will be really helpful to the participants.
For sure.
Yes.
George, yes. Yeah. Okay. We'll discuss it later. See you in a wee while. Hello.
Hi, Maslow.
We are getting there, aren't we?
Yes, certainly. And we finally got all teams on hand, so which is a good thing. All 56 have turned up, even with delays, so which is great to see. And also, everyone has been, I mean, the challenge has been quite good because we see the shift in teams, in the placement. So it's all happening.
Very good, very good. So yes, so because of this latest development and bearing the fact that we've been running for over almost 4.5 hours, and we said that it was going to be a 5 hours challenge, we say that we're going to wrap it up in 25 minutes, or we can say to the hour for any team that wants to complete their challenge, so to improve their position in the leaderboard, if that is what they want, and then we'll have a short debrief on the performance. How does it sound as a plan?
No, sounds good. We've given them enough time, and we've just so I think another 25 minutes would be good. So let's fill it out to the participants.
Okay, I have posted the link to the feedback form, and excuse me, it's on the chat in WebEx. Also, please bear in mind that there are certificates of accomplishment for all participants. So I say you completed the form and we'll release the certificates. Sounds a good trade-off, yeah? Very good.
That's a good one. I like it. That's good. And I do also want to remind all the participants, well, there is a certificate that's given by Cyber Rangers. We thank you for that. And also there'll be one given by Sri Lanka CERT as well. So we have clearly stated that the names that you have given during the hacking challenge will be used for the certificates. Yes, so you will receive another e-certificate too, which will be mailed out to you guys soon. Yeah.
Yes. So yes, please confirm your names by returning the certificates. Mind you, the certificates are anonymous, so no, we'll have to take you from the admission list.
So let's say that we give another 25 minutes. So shall we confirm on that?
Yeah,
so
25 minutes. Let's set
it's 20 past.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 15 past, so we make it 4:45.
Yeah, sure. 4:45.
At which point, what we'll do is we'll have Lawrence go through with answers, sample answers that basically we'll do a debrief, let's say.
Okay, so let's, so it's, the time is 4:15, right? It's 4:15 Sri Lankan time, IST. So shall we give them another, is it 25 minutes?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Yes, I'm with the new show.
We make it 30 minutes.
Over to you. 5 minutes are not going to change today.
Exciting. So
let's follow Nilushi's advice.
Okay, so you make the call now. And listen, I'll tell you one thing, all the participants are listening to you. The less time you give them.
This is the kind of pressure that he puts on me on a daily basis, as you can see, Marcelo. So let's go for a compromise. He says 30 and you say 20, so we'll go for 25. I think that's
25B, that's fine. Excellent. Okay,
right. So guys, yeah, thank you. So we'll drop a chat. We'll put a message on the chat, on the WebEx chat. So the competition,
as well as on the platform.
Yes, certainly. So we'll drop a message. So Marcelo, shall we do that or will you drop the message?
Do it right now. Well, as you're speaking, I'm writing.
Right, he's writing.
Brilliant.
So in 25 minutes, which is what time in Sri Lanka? At 1645?
Yeah, that's 4:40.
4:40.
4:40. So
1640.
Yes. Okay.
I'll write to you.
Okay, thank you.
But there should remain
only for the challenge.
Yes? Is it fine, the message? Is the message fine?
I've just messaged you, 440.
440, yes. And in
Yes.
WebEx, there is a chat message as well.
All right.
Right. Thank you. So guys, you've got another 25 minutes. So do your best. And, it's a challenge. It's great that all of you have come forward and been part of this competition. And you've still got 25 minutes. So we'll give you time to make use of that. Thank you. Right, guys, welcome back. And I think we are closing towards the end. And all of us can see, we are glad that all that have promised to be part are here and have taken part in the challenge. That's the first accomplishment that we made. Maslok, welcome back. So just trying to make some final announcements. And we see, right, we've seen the changes in the stats now. Yes, we see
a new player.
ETC leading with
Let's see.
5,860 points. We've seen Hackton, they're back on track. Yes, they were.
That's actually a new team that came on board.
Earlier, they were dominating, but then they went back and they've come back again with
Possibly.
5,760. And then we've got Blackfires, 5,510.
Sky Warriors,
Yes, but
5,510 again.
as Maslow said very clearly at the beginning, we cannot disclose any of you as the winners or the first or second or whatever it is. There has to be sort of verification done from their end to make sure. And with all this analysis, the information will given to you, or we will mention the winners during the day of the conference. Right after the secretary's speech, the announcement will be made. If you would like to listen to the announcements, or if you'd like to know, please join us live on Facebook and YouTube during the day of the conference. So, Maslow, yes, your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Dayalan. Thank you, Nilushi. It has been a pleasure to see all this big activity. I will leave, excuse me, I will leave the floor to Ali and the team to discuss the results and give us a short debrief on how things went. So I believe George Nicolaou, our CTO, is also in attendance. So back to Ali and my colleagues for the wrap up. Thank you.
So at this point, what we're going to be doing is we'll be showing you a couple of slides in terms of how you would have been able to actually detect some of these attacks. We call these the sample answers. So essentially walkthroughs. And the person that's going to be doing that today will be Lawrence. So Lawrence, if you will.
Thank you so much, Ali, for that. So just before I do that, and just to ensure that we are being fair to everyone between Marcello and our partners, do you want to terminate the scenario, or what's the way forward? Just to ensure that we don't give people spoilers and hints to answer the answers and disadvantage some of the guys who have really cracked their heads to get the solutions.
Absolutely, Lawrence. That goes without saying. We don't want to give the unfair advantage to anyone.
Okay. So we are in agreement that we should expire the lobby, right?
So from this moment, the lobby is completed and locked.
Okay. So for participants, in the next, I guess, 2 minutes, you won't be able to access the lobby. This is just to allow us be able to do this walkthrough and show you how you will have gone around getting some of the answers for the questions. So just give me a tiny minute.
Is there any burning question at this stage from anyone in the audience, panelists or participants? Don't be shy.
Okay, so the lobby has been expired. I'll just request to be given permission to share content. So I'm just going to share my screen and walk us through, I think maybe 5 questions to highlight how guys will have gone about solving them. Okay, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Awesome. So the first question I'm going to start with, I believe those are questions that required us to identify how many numbers, those are questions that required us to identify users that were compromised. Okay, let me get my lobby. So, okay, servers. Okay, there we go. So for the question that required us to get the number of users who are compromised, the best way to solve this will have actually to use Akimi. So I'm just going to load my Akimi, enter my credentials. So once Akimi finishes loading and everything is okay, my next course of action will have been to filter out all email addresses coming from SMTP. Or for a start, you can basically filter for any email addresses coming from the standard ports used during sending out of mails. So Kimi. Okay. So in my case, what I'm just going to do is I'll filter for all traffic from the SMTP port 25. Then when I do this filtering, I'm able to see some events here. So the trick here was for you to do actual analysis to try and see which of these mail actually is malicious. For you to do that, you actually have to go through each mail. Now, if you do this analysis, you might have realized that some of these mails are actually repeating themselves. So I've opened my mail. Right here, I see a lot of, I can't make heads and tails out of these because this is a base 64 encoded. So on Akimi, what I'll do is just unbase 64. And when I do this, going through this mail, it's basically states that the mail service being migrated, click on this portal to enter your credentials. And this credential purports to be coming from the X call center office application. However, if we look at the ID behind this, it's a totally different ID. Sorry, if we look at the IP behind this, it's a totally different IP. So just to refresh, you are meant to go through those mails, access the specific mail if it is encoded, and base 64 it, and just try to see if you can use the common techniques and tips used to identify a phishing mail and try to see which of those mail is actually a phishing mail. Then using that approach, you will have been able to get the answer. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this is the IP you should have gotten because I'm using a different scenario. However, the methodology that I've shown is what you'll have used to get that specific IP for this particular challenge. Then moving from Akimi, I'll also like to touch on PowerShell. On ELK. There was a question that required us to identify, I believe, the web shell that was added on the Exchange server. Now let me see. I had Exchange loaded here for me. So I have access to Wazoo. So for most of us, if you access to Wazoo, the interface you are going to get will have been something similar to this. So I'm going to go to my security events. I'm not interested in the dashboard. I'm more interested in the events. However, for guys who have been interested in using the dashboard, it's let me show you one way to go about that. So still on the dashboard, the first thing you want to do is specify the server you want to use. In my case, it's Exchange. So I'm just going to click on Exchange. Now I've already changed my time zone to today. Now from the dashboard, if you scroll down, you should be able to see something related to file additional integrity. If it's not there, no need to worry. I'll still go back to Exchange. Here it is. And under integrity monitoring. So integrity monitoring is a functionality of Wazoo that allows you to easily pick or be notified whenever a file is edited, modified, deleted, or added. So if I click on integrity monitoring, on the resulting dashboard, I'm able to see hits of files that have been deleted or added. Now, this question was telling us that a web shell was involved. So if you think about it, if a web shell is being involved, definitely there is a file that is being created. So if we click on added, I click on this plus sign to include it into my query here, I will get some events on the dashboard. If I want to see the exact events, I prefer going to the actual events. Then from the actual events, I'm able to see the event or the web shell that was actually added for these on this particular Exchange server. So that's one way you will have gone about it. The other way you'll have gone about it will have been, one, knowing which event is responsible for file being added. So if we look right here on this event right here, we have rule description, file added to the system. So one dirty, inefficient way that I typically use and guilty for this is I always come to events without specifying the agent. Then I just search for file added. So when you search for file added, at times you might be lucky, you might get a hit, at times you won't get a hit. So in my case, I can see file added events. Now once I have these, I just usually filter for file added events, and now I have 13 events. Then I usually prefer visualizing the agents just to see how many servers were affected by this file added events. And right here I see workstation and Exchange at the bottom. So these will have been also one way of going about it. Then there was another question targeting, I believe, the file server, where we were required to get, something related to PowerShell. So for that, I already have my file server. So for this particular attack, this APT, they executed this malware in memory without writing any file on disk. So typically how threat actors will go about this is by utilizing PowerShell. So my first thing I always do, and I recommend people to do, is that always try and see if you have any PowerShell events. So no PowerShell event for me. Let me see if I have the correct time range.
You have a filter on the agent ID, by the way.
Yes, George? So for some strange reason, I can't find that event specifically for the file server. Let me just search through the all of the server and see if I get anything. Okay, I get a hit here detected suspicious PowerShell invocation parameter. Let me see which server this was in. Okay. Okay, so this was in Exchange. So, okay, fair enough. I'll use Exchange as an example. So if you look at the PowerShell command, we see a lot of interesting data right here. So what led me to identify the correct, how do I put this? The correct answer, if you look at this PowerShell command, you will realize that there is a section that tells you that this command has been base 64 encoded, believe right here, from base 64 string. So when I read from base 64 string, in my mind, I'm like, there's definitely some base 64 encoding right here. So what I typically do is, I'll pick all of this string. I think it ends somewhere. So as an analyst, I just one of the things I come across often is that most of these isn't cast in stone. So with time, a few things start clicking and making sense. So I'm just trying to pick everything that has been put under these brackets, and hopefully that is the whole of my base 64 string. Once I have that, I'll go to CyberChef. Then from CyberChef, I paste this content here. Then I pick from base 64. Then I do my baking or gzip file detected. So one of the beauty with PowerShell is that, sorry, one of the beauty with CyberChef is that if it's able to detect any file in the input you give it, it will give you by indicating this magic wand. So if I click on this, you see now another recipe has been added for me that is used to detect file types. And right here, I can see the file type, extension, and application. Now I can download this particular raw output into my machine and use other tools to process it further. However, we still have other online tools that you can use to actually get the actual file from this PowerShell output. However, to warn you that this file might be malicious, so if you are to download it into your machine, you want to ensure you're doing that from a safe environment. Then finally, moving away from elk, a bit of a Velociraptor. So Velociraptor is a very interesting tool. Use the tools channel just to dig deeper into it. So one thing I wanted to point out is that on Velociraptor, at the top here, you will be shown all your hosts. So if you want to see them, just click on Show All. So once you do Show All, we are able to see all the agents that are sending logs to, or where Velociraptor clients or Velociraptor agents are installed. So I can pick any of these agents, and by default, Velociraptor agents will try to get details about that host. So if I was to pick, for instance, our Exchange server, sorry, the AD server, so I'll click on its client ID. If I go to the VHS, this should be the virtual file system, it will give me a lot of details about this particular host. What I want to demo here is the artifact details. If I click artifacts, generic information, and click on users, then navigate to text view, I'm actually able, let me just increase this. I'm actually able to see all the users in the AD Xcall Center server. Now, I'm able to see the last login dates. And I believe one of those questions required you to identify the last login dates for a specific user. Then using this information, basically repeating this for all the servers, I will be able to get what I'm looking for. Then lastly, Velociraptor also supports the use of hands. So hunts are pre-configured queries you can run on machine to get artifacts. So if you want to run a hunt, there's this icon here on my top for hunt. So I'll just click on it. Say I want to run a new hunt by clicking on the addition sign. I give it a name. So get file, give it condition. So I'll say match by label. Then select the server I want to use. In my case, I only want to run this server on the FTP server. So I'll select my FTP server. The hunt I want to run is one that will help me search the file system for the FTP server for a specific file and upload it to the Velo server to allow me download it. So once I've configured my client, I configure my artifact. I'll just search for the artifact, should be file something. So let me see. Linux, yes, Linux search file finder. So Windows also has something similar to this. So I select my Linux file, Linux search file finder. I can go through the description just to understand how I'm meant to use this particular artifact. In my case, I'll jump straight to configure parameters to allow me configure parameters and tell Velo that I want you to get me this particular file, etc password. Then I instruct it that upload the file and calculate the hash. So once I do this, I just launch it. We still have these other parameters that you can also have a look, but this is so far what I need to use. So I'll click launch it. Then here is my hunt. It's not running yet. If I want it to run, then I'll click on the run hunt or the play icon. So run this hunt, yes, run it. I can see scheduled jobs. It was one, finish client one. So at this point, everything is done for me. Now, how I prefer getting the actual file is one, I come to client, then I click on the flow ID. Then from the flow ID, I can go to results. And on result, I'm expecting to see the file and see the hash that has been calculated. Now, in addition to that, I can also click on uploaded files to see the files that Velo uploaded for me. Then from here, can click on this file and I will be prompted to download it on my host. So in a nutshell, that is how you can use Velo to basically query the file, a remote file system, and get as many details as you want, depending on the artifact you have selected. And that brings me to an end of this. The aim for this was just to highlight to you guys how you will have used some of the tools that were in play for today's scenario. Thank you so much, and I hand the program back to our program managers.
Thank you,
Just
Lawrence.
before I do that, Ali, I don't know if Ali or George have anything they might want to add. I won't want to lock them out.
Thank you, Lawrence. Over to Ali and Georgia for any further comments, please.
I don't have any comments extra on my end. I just hope that everybody's had a good time and enjoyed themselves here on the range. And we really enjoyed from our end. And hope to see you again for the next drill.
Yeah, same from my end as well. I think Lawrence has explained it quite well. Just want to say that this is a process. So the scenario that we've run, you've seen the process, you've seen what's going on. We've also just made sure not to have too much background traffic to confuse you, but have in mind that a real environment that's going to be like 100 times the traffic that's coming in, and then you'd have to shuffle and look through the entire traffic to actually identify this kind of attack. So knowing more or less the process and knowing what to look for in this situation is quite helpful. And I just hope that you've taken the tools and the knowledge to actually do that in case a real life situation happens, the networks that you're managing. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. I'll pass the mic back to Sir to Sri Lanka, reminding everyone that the confirmed results will be presented on this Wednesday, over the conference. Anyway, I believe that Nilushi and Dayalan will be more precise on these organizational aspects. That's all from us, and thank you. And please remember your feedback form and feedback form certificates that will come in side by side. Give us a few days, though.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Maslow, Ali, and Lawrence, and all the others who have been working on Discord channel and at the back end. Thank you so much. We hope that all the participants has had a great event, a great challenge without much of technical issues. So we hope you've enjoyed the challenge, moreover, and we're glad that all 57 teams have come on, 56 have come on board. And this is a huge success for us. But before we go to our closing remarks, we would like to take a photo of all of us. So can I first ask all the panelists to switch on the camera? That's okay, please. Kind request.
Can you say panelists?
On panelists. Megala panelists kya Malli?
I unfortunately don't have a cam here to switch on.
No, I understand.
That's a very good excuse.
I understand. I'm not surprised by that. Right. Now, we would like to call out the players. Guys, now we want all of you to post for a photo. So we'll give you a chance. Please do not be too loud. Right. So you have been given the permission to switch on the camera. So right now, let's take a photo. Right.
Before we
conclude the session. Right. So I think all of you have given, so please mute yourself, but just have your camera on. Thank you. So we kindly request everyone to switch on their cameras, please.
Is that a kid?
Guys, we kindly request everyone to switch on your cameras. We're trying to take a photo. So please, we don't have much time. So we're looking for your cooperation. Thank you. Right. We see everyone coming on board. Nice. Right, we kindly request others to switch on their cameras as soon as possible. And it's going to be a bit tough journey to do this because we've got around over 160 odd participants. So it's a bit of a challenge.
After all, we are cybersecurity people, no media people. We do not work in the film industry.
Guys, we're still waiting for everyone to join in. So if you do not have a camera or anything, just drop us a message so that we don't have to wait. but please switch on your camera as soon as possible.
And remove the cam shutter as well. It might be a better way to show your nice faces. Hello.
I like what you said.
Marcelo.
I'm not sure if I was the only one who had to dash out and make myself presentable. That was a short notice to put on the video.
Lawrence.
I guess we'll give them a minute or two to maybe just comb their hair, put on a nice shirt, maybe. So
yeah, true.
I remember.
Right, still.
That would be nice if you had hair.
You're talking about me, Ali? Are you talking about me? It's voluntary crop.
I'm talking about myself, really.
Yeah, I remember many years ago in Sheffield, in the UK, when we were discussing the installation of video conferencing suite in one of the government departments, and everyone was keen on the high resolution. But first of all, a nice mirror beside the camera to check your image before going live. And I think in the last 2 years, we are becoming very image conscious because of the many video calls.
Right, I think we don't have any more of the participants, unfortunately, but maybe yes, 1, 2, and let's do it.
Can't really say.
Right. Thank you, everyone. We just hope that you've had a great challenge, which is what we always expect. Right. So we thank you, everyone, for being part of this event. We hope that you enjoyed this session. So just to remind you guys, we will have a workshop tomorrow, which will go from 9 to 6 and 9 to 5, 2 sessions, which is open to public. If you've still not registered, we will be live streaming it on Facebook and also on YouTube or on LinkedIn. So please watch out for more information. And on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have a conference.
Happening.
So
and remember, on Wednesday, we will be announcing the results. So make sure you all join in. This will be done just after.
True. The official results of the challenge will be announced on Wednesday, right after our secretary's speech. So it will be again live. We will broadcast that on Facebook and YouTube. So please be there. We have your exciting prizes that will be given away to the winners accordingly. So that's it from us. Thank you so much. And Marcelo, any final thoughts or words?
And Dal and I need to include this. Marcelo, I think you're muted again, so that tea is still brewing.
I did it throughout the conference. I was going to do it on the very closing, just to keep the pattern going. I'm a serial unmuter, I would say. It has been a pleasure to work with you guys and with all the participants. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we hope to engage again with us all.
Say bye.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you, Marcelo, and thank you, Cyber Rangers, for coming on board with us. It was a brilliant experience for us as well. The platform that was provided worked seamlessly. We didn't have any technical glitches. So thank you very much for coming on board to help us on this national initiative, where Sri Lanka is not just Sri Lanka, sir, but our whole nation is thankful. So thank you for helping us build capacity in this manner. And we look forward to working with you all in the future as well. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Huawei for helping us with sort out the giveaways and the prizes. So thank you, Marcelo. It was an absolute pleasure to have you and your team on board.
Thank you so much. So with that, see you all again, hopefully next year. on our next hacking challenge. Till then, it's goodbye. Thank you. Take care.
Much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.